Are we live? Cool. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Finding Truth here on Unscripted Truth TV. This is Logan here with Austin once again for episode 15 here. And tonight is uh, kind of up in the air. We're supposed to be having our first guest. It's just there's a little bit of not really technical difficulties, but I guess communication difficulties. So we'll see if that comes to fruition here within the next few hours at some point. Um, but before any of that, we still have some stuff that we would like to cover. A lot of headlines, of course. This is right after the biggest holiday for most countries, but especially the U.S. At least consumer holidays. Um, lots to cover. A lot of headlines this past week. Even just today, they're just blasting us with headlines since Christmas. It's been kind of like a nonstop uh, flurry of BS. So it's just kind of take what you can get and take what you can figure out, and we'll try to give you guys some insight into what we see going on with with everything that's hitting the airwaves and the programming, if you will. But without further ado, I'll send it down to Austin, and I think we're going to cover, like I was just talking about, some of those headlines, some plane crashes, right? How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Yeah, a lot of big things going on right now. It's our last kind of our last main show for the calendar year.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, it's kind of an interesting week. With Christmas and New Year's and the timing of everything. There has been a lot of headlines this week. Um, One of the things that I thought was interesting this week, too, is kind of how everything was, kind of spaced out. There was a few things there on Christmas, and they've kind of, dragged things out through the week. We've had a lot of different headlines about a lot of different things, a lot of people dying, a lot of death. Um, there's kind of a lot up in the air right now that the push for, obviously, the whole bird flu is, taking over and spreading out everywhere. And then you have there's all these people, all these people that have been dying, all these deaths, and we've had these uh, crazy plane crashes that have kind of just been happening all of a sudden out of the blue in different places. And I think it's interesting too how they kind of spaced a lot of this out. How between Christmas and then today that was 4 days, like for the number of death.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of interesting how it was 4 days apart. Um, these two supposed plane crashes. The one Christmas was interesting. It's that was the uh, Azerbaijani, however you want to say it. I know Zach loves saying it. Airliner with 67 people, and then
Fun number.
yep, and that crashed on Wednesday uh, near the Kazakhstani city of Aktu, and then it killed 38 people, um, leaving the 29 survivors. And I thought it was interesting too, kind of how, well, obviously you have the 38 people, kind of big numbers. You have the 67, you have the 38, of course, 38 people would be killed. And then, of course, it'd be 29 survivors. A lot of 29 lately too. 29, just such a big time number, just popping up everywhere. But this is this is kind of where the week where things kind of started to take a turn. With all these stories, of course, because this happened on Christmas, and this is common, for there to be some kind of plane crash and kind of devastation on a Christmas. People.
Christmas equals 38 too, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's and how this, like I said, would be on a of course the Wednesday there, right in the middle of the week. Because of course plane crash obviously equals 97. It's like there was the one that there's that one plane crash happened in '97. And there was a plane crash also equals 56. It's interesting too because if you're out plane crashes, which is what it's been this week, there's been multiple. You get the 121, and then you get the 68. So you get the plane crashes. The day the Illuminati established the 121. If you're at a plane crash, it equals you get 65. You get the reflection. You also get the 52.
Oh, there's that 52. Because yeah, interesting. Yeah, no, that's a good point. We just looked this up real quick because there's a terminology that I never heard before. Looking up the headlines, and they say that a bird strike happened, and
Yep.
this is like the I guess the aviation terminology is called a bird strike when any avian creature hits the plane. Um, and of course, we got the bird flu going crazy. But 52 in the same cipher, I don't think that's arbitrary at all.
Yeah, that's that's such a crazy story too. The birds, planes hitting birds, and then the whole bird flu, and
Mhm.
then you have the bird strike. So just overlapping mockery
Yeah, look
with
out, Larry
climate.
Bird. His number might be up. All these 33s too. All these 33s in the
Yeah,
like one of the only survivors of that Korean plane crash was a 33-year-old. But this bird strike happened to. So of course, Larry Bird, maybe the most famous bird person, named person, maybe Big Bird and him, whoever wore the suit for Sesame Street, you better watch out too.
yeah, and then the plane crash, or if you write out plane crashing, it equals you get the 127. Like the Pearl Harbor, buildings
Mm,
one,
that
2, and 7.
I mean Pearl Harbor, that plane crashing equals 127. Interesting. Probably has nothing to do with Pearl Harbor on December 7th, where all those planes crashed.
And buildings 1, 2, and 7.
And on the other
9/11.
big plane crashing day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's one I did not know. That's one I'm gonna have to remember. Also has like, or no, just 71 is the Catholic number. I always think 64 is Catholic for some reason, but it's 46, right? 46 books of the Catholic New Testament or Testament, Old Testament, whatever.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. Plane crashing as you get the 65. That same cipher with the Kurt Donald Cobain and all the other 65s, and then you
You
get the
said
79 too, like Nirvana,
was it planes crashing?
or
Yeah.
plane crashings, or yeah, if you write out planes crash, either way with the S in
Okay.
there. Yeah,
Interesting. Yeah, 79 got the murder. That's what this is too. It's just like, I see a lot of this being an ushering in of something else. I mean, I want to not be surprised if Tesla's elevated past this. Uh, you're going to have him being the Department of Efficiency. Who better than to say, "Oh yeah, uh, you know, I can make planes. I can do it. I've even been working on my vertical, so I, hopefully my planes can make it a little high off the runway, right?" But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Tesla Airbuses are coming out or already in filling warehouses, or that people don't even know about, and they're ready to you know take over this industry and have Boeing have their exit. Of course Boeing will just be absorbed by Tesla. And because think about it, it's just like, you know I guess I could be wrong on this, because look at Pfizer and look at they're doing just fine, and they just keep, they've been uh under intense scrutiny for the longest time, but they do just fine. But Boeing's just been getting hit with this and that and this and that. People flying out of their window, of their doors opening, and just the people flying out and dying. They got all sorts of stories that all their planes are just crashing. You got whistleblowers getting knocked off, Hillary Clinton style. So it's, I mean, they're definitely taking the shame right now. Whether or not they're actually is this a story where it's like, look everybody, look at what Boeing's doing. you ain't gonna do shit about it, and we're just gonna keep. They're just gonna keep going, and before you know it, you're gonna be on a Boeing flight, and you don't even know about it because you didn't do anything to stop us. Or is this to give that foreshadowing to why they usher in the next thing they have waiting in the wings, literally.
Yeah, it's like these stories right now are very interesting. With it's like you have so much fear right now of oh, I'm gonna get bird flu, or I'm gonna die in a plane crash, or I'm just gonna die of some there's just gonna be a bombing or something. There's all this energy in the air right now they're trying to manifest, it seems. And
Well, I
you
know
know
somebody who might have something to say about this. Um, for those of you who don't know, we're having our first guest, our inaugural guest, right before the start of our new calendar year, which will be our first full year to kind of like give us by this time next year we will have seen what we can truly do in a year with this channel and what we have planned to do. But with that being said, I'll give a short little intro. This is our first guest is King Richard from KingRichardTV on YouTube. Let's see, do I have a banner? Yes. Um, please do check him out. Awesome member of the community. We talk about Gematria Effect News all the time. And yeah, without further ado, I'll bring him out of the backstage and let him give a little piece, and then we can just cook. How's it going,
Yo,
brother?
how's it going, man?
It's
it's
going
good,
good. How
King.
you doing?
Been doing all right, man. Just decoding, but I'm pretty sure we all heard about the death of Jimmy Carter, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Um, if you mind, we can go over right now. Let me share my screen, and
absolutely.
yeah, I already have the decode on it. Here we go. So feel free to put that. There you go. There you go. But let me zoom in real quick so you guys can see. And again, we've gone over this a million times. Like again, we've been saying since I have posts from 2023 talking about how Jimmy Carter might kick the bucket, and I thought he was going to kick the bucket at age 97 because in Gematria Carter equals 97, but um, no, it ended up a different way. He ended up dying 39 days from Joe Biden's birthday, and again, he was number 39, the 39th president of the United
Mm-hmm.
States. And again, simple practice of coding numbers in the words. Masonry, secrecy, federal, they all equal 39. And when you run the alphabetic order forwards, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, Kamala equals 39, right?
Yeah, and
And
he's been really tied to Kamala, down to him saying his like last the only thing he was living for was to vote for her. It's like, oh
yeah,
geez,
exactly. And
what a cuck.
yeah, that was on October 16th. Yeah. So, yeah, but again, he died 89 days after his birthday, right? And again, religion equals 89, alphabetic order, religion 89. And that's also the 24th prime number. And then he's dead at the end of 2024, so you got a lot of retards out there. Sorry, on my YouTube
Oh
channel, I'm the same
no,
way.
don't
I'm
worry
like,
about it. We're pretty much
"Eh,
uncensored over
yeah.
here, buddy.
Again, these fucking retards. Like, I'm pretty sure you're aware of CT. This
Oh
is
yeah.
panel of morons. Just like
I
if I
was
were to
watching
explain it,
today. I was in the chat. Yeah, I was listening to
yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a panel of fucking brain dead retards. I mean, and then I had to put one of them in their place. I'm pretty sure you've seen that woman question the ponder. I had to put her in her place because she tried to say the Jesuits weren't created in the 16th century; they're created in the 1400s. And I'm like, come on, dude, seriously? She shut the fuck up as soon as I said that because she knew I was right and she was
Yeah,
wrong.
because she thinks planes actually hit the buildings on 9/11 too. She
Yeah,
thinks that's legit and real.
yeah,
The 9/11
CGI,
story.
complete CGI. Yeah, exactly, complete CGI. Just total bullshit. Just like I'm pretty sure they killed off Jimmy Carter. They've probably killed him off a long time ago. I've always said that. Like, I'm pretty sure they've killed this guy a
Weekend
long
at
time ago,
Bernie's
and you're
just
just
had him
hearing
out.
about it today.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, just to fit the ritual. I mean, but again, he died today on December 29th, which is like 1229, which is the 201st prime.
201st
And look at
prime.
his name. 17769 at the Jesuit order. You run it the other way, it's 201. So, but again, oh yeah, and Zach, if you're out there and you're watching right now, this is a 70 piece. He died 70 days after Kamala Harris's birthday. Again, where did he die at? He died in Plains, Georgia.
Wow. All the plane crashes too.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. And his name in gematria equals plane crash 97. So,
Oh, there you go.
I mean,
There's
it's
something.
like,
We
again,
were just talking about the plane, that first Azerbaijan plane crash we were covering.
yeah, and I cover that too as well. Like the
Mhm.
38, like the killing of 38 people. I mean, on Christmas, when Christmas
Mhm.
equals 38. I mean,
Oh yeah.
yeah. And again, we said days before that, watch out for Christmas. You might see some 38 headlines, and literally the next day it was literally like killing 38 people on an airplane. And it reminds of the Malaysian airplane hoax. You guys remember that? It was back in 2014. It was a big national news story on CNN everywhere. Um, I was in middle school when that happened. I seen I'm like, are they doing something with numbers there? And think about that. I was much younger. I'm much way older now as I
Was
was
that
back then.
the flight that like went missing?
Yeah, the one on
Yeah, I
March 8th,
remember that.
2014. Yeah. I'm like, are they doing something with numbers? Because then CNN had a report. Oh, yeah, they didn't hear from anybody on that airplane 38 minutes after it took off. I'm like, are you serious? March 8th, 38,
Mhm.
38 minutes after. But now, I mean, years later, I've gone back to look at that. I'm like, yeah, I know what they're doing with numbers. It's like, but yeah, again, you could also say he died on her 71st day of her age. Again, Plains and Catholic. Again, Joe Biden and this man, both Catholic men. Again, Plains Catholic, 71, dead on her 71st day of her age. But again, Kamala Debbie Harris equals 71. And he died 54 days after the election where she lost. She's 60 years old. But again, 54 days. And again, Jimmy Carter and Jesuit order equal 54 and 72.
Mhm.
And you know what? Another piece I never looked at was the death of his wife, because I remember his wife Eleanor or Rosalind. She ended up dying last year on November 19, 2023. And notice from their deaths, it's 58 weeks apart on the nose. And again,
Freemasonry.
Freemasonry, Secret Society, Rosicrucian, Solomon's Temple, Washington, United States, they all equal 58. And he's dead 133 days after the wife's birthday. Government, White House, president, authority, they're all 133. So, I mean, that should be pretty clear for anybody who doesn't know about gematria, that they should. I mean, if you've seen that and you didn't know this, wouldn't you be like, what are the odds of that? I mean, what would you even say if I were to present that to you and you guys didn't know about gematria, any of this? What would you say?
I'm
I'm
actually
curious.
I would be, entertained to see the mental gymnastics for them to come up with, a reason why this, other than the bullshit they like to always, run to is just like, what is it? Uh, what do they always like to say? They're like, when you're looking for the numbers, you're going to find it, or,
Yeah. What's that? It's that one apophenia.
yeah, they'll say
Yeah.
that. Um
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. They'll just
it's
say,
always
yeah,
funny.
they'll make up all kinds of excuses. I mean, they'll say you're reaching for it. There's just, there are people that come on my channel and be like, oh, you're reaching. It's like, I'm reaching, really. I'm just looking at simple shit, just like, I mean, isn't it wouldn't it be fair to look at the wife's birthday when this guy died? I mean, it's self-explanatory, man. It's not like I'm just there, and I get why people have this kind of opinion, because there's a lot of people in the so-called community who do decodes, and they're all out there everywhere. They, decoding the moon and syncing shit up with the moon. Like, I guarantee you there's somebody right now doing a gematria decode and they're syncing it up with the next solar eclipse, which literally has nothing to do with, the presentation. So,
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's a place for all those things,
right.
when you lump it all together, it kind of muddles things. And
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
not to say that they don't work on, a solstice calendar, because they definitely, I do believe that they
Yeah.
do. They
Exactly.
have ancient knowledge that we all should be living by, but they hold those secrets to themselves for the most part. Um, but then, when it's unrelated to those types of things, you'll have a story like, I mean,
Yeah.
and and
And it's all
potentially,
Kabbalah. It's all
yeah,
Kabbalah. That's
mhm,
literally all it is. I mean, it's literally like, like you have that episode of what is it? It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I think it's with Charlie Day. He's he's pretty much mocking people like the conspiracy theorists. He's mocking them with the the red
Oh
thread, and
yeah.
yeah, people don't get the joke. Like, yeah, it's a joke, but it's deeper than just, oh yeah, it's a conspiracy theorist making all these connections. I mean, really, the red thread. I mean, people don't, and don't forget, in gematria, Kabbalah equals red thread. They both equal 52. That's not an accident. So, and also
And that's a
gematria,
concept in Kabbalah, is the red
yeah,
thread.
the red thread in
I think for
gematria
people
is
that don't
a big
know, yeah.
component. And all those three words both equal 52 in the same
Yep.
cipher. I mean, and those are just logical connections. So, yeah. And you know what's interesting is it's also 406 days. They died 406 days apart. That's also interesting. Again, 46, Catholic 46, Joe Biden number 46. I mean,
Austin pointed out too, as well, it was Jimmy Carter died 4 days after Christmas, and
right. Yeah.
and
Exactly.
interestingly enough, I every time I hear Jimmy Carter, especially in the recent couple years, when it's been like, all right, he's going. Every time they wheel him
Yeah.
out, he just looks, like he's already dead, basically.
Exactly.
But
And
like him
what?
having the Jesus Christ initials too, I think that there was something
Yeah,
to that.
JC. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Just think about that. Yeah, JC. Yeah, exactly. And um, hmm. Well, what I was gonna say is just like I thought he was actually gonna die at 101. I'm like, I don't see him kicking the bucket at 100. I'm thinking they're gonna keep him alive too. He's like 101. Then he might kick the bucket. I was thinking he was gonna kick the bucket 101 days from his 10th birthday, but that's not how they ended up doing it. But yeah, so
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he has children. Yeah, there's other Carters out there.
yeah, he has
Uh,
children. Let me see. I didn't even look that deep at it, to be honest. I just looked at I was like, oh, he had a wife that died. I'm like, oh, I remember Rosalind Carter died last year. I'm like, oh, might need to look into that. Sure enough, 58 weeks on the nose. So
Jack and Amy are the named ones. Apparently he has two other ones, but so even his son is a JC as well.
yeah. And again, he's Catholic, right? Think about it. Jimmy Carter's Catholic. His family is Catholic. He grew up Catholic, so
Oh, did he just not list himself as Catholic?
no, yeah. He comes from that part. I mean, think about it. All these people are fucking Catholic. Think about it. So
I mean, even Protestants are a name away from being Catholic.
yeah, exactly. That goes with any religion. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
all these religions are the same thing. It doesn't matter. Oh, I'm Catholic or I'm Christian. It's pretty much the same shit. I mean, just think about it. But I also want to talk about the death of OG Mako. I don't know if you heard about that too. OG Mako, he ended up passing away at age 32. And what was interesting is I was actually going to do a post on him 2 weeks ago because I don't know if you guys seen that, but they falsely reported him dead 2 weeks ago.
Mm-mm.
And then they waited till 27th of December to report him dead. I'm like, come on, man, you serious? I'm pretty sure they killed this guy that day, and they just didn't want to report it because it wouldn't even line up with it wouldn't even line up with their little ritual here. But yeah, at age 32. But yeah, I was making the point. I mean, he was front and center on the 27th of December, and again, OG Mako, 27 forwards and backwards. But notice his name, OG 32. And when you run it the other way, Mako 32. And again, dead at age 32. But it's also interesting. He died on his 248th day of his age. And again, the Illuminati in America, they're both 248 years old. And he's best remembered for this song, "You Guessed." And I'm pretty sure you guys have heard that. I've heard that. I remember when
I
that song
don't
used
know
to
if
be.
I've heard it, but I did hear that this was his hit song.
Yeah, I remember back in 2014, this was like a hit song. I mean, I heard it literally on the radio 24/7. It was a big song in on the app Vine. I don't know if you guys remember Vine.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
a frequent of it, but I would see some of their.
Yeah, it was a big song for Vine, people on Vine. Again, if you're around that time, you might anybody out there, you might have heard this song. You guessed it. So, simple song, but just notice. I mean, September 25th when it came out. So, and again, it just turned 10 years old. But just notice from the anniversary of it coming out to the death, 92 days later. And again, his real name, I don't know how to say his real name, but it's Benedict Isiba. I think that's how you say his name.
Yasiba.
Yeah, it equals 92, just like he died 92 days after the anniversary of its release.
Mhm.
And just look at the 13 weeks in one day. 13 weeks in one day, like 131, the 32nd prime, dead at age 32. But I'm like, okay, the 113 has to factor in. I mean, they always like bringing those numbers together, 32 and 113, because again, they're numbers of the Scottish Rite. But and again, in gematria, Scottish equals 113 and 32. So does America. But anyways, I seen this. I'm like, huh. So apparently Beyonce had stolen a song from him. It was that one song, you guessed it, the one hit that he had. And I just noticed from her September 4th birthday to his death was 113 days later.
Mm.
And again, Scottish, we're gonna hit all these numbers. Scottish 113. His real name also equals 113. That's his full name, Benedict Chiajwam. Anyways, his full name equals 113. But again, Scottish is 113. Dead 113 days from Beyonce's birthday. 32. Dead at 32. 103. Again, that's the 27 prime number. You know, news on the 27th. His rap name, OG Mako, 27. And then 49. Again, her birthday is a date written 4/9. And yeah, again, Beehive, what she calls, or the fans call her, or they like the celebrities or whatever, they call themselves the Beehive. Again, Beehive has gematria 113 and 32. And again, it goes with him dying 113 days after her birth at age 32.
Isn't it crazy
Again,
how they do it? How they get these people to mock themselves? Like they
exactly.
all just call themselves drones. It's like, do you even understand what that whole concept means when you're calling her the queen, and
Exactly.
you're a part of the beehive? There's only one queen.
Think about the symbolism too about that. The queen,
Yeah,
and all the royal stuff with the queen and Catholicism. I mean,
it's also
just
mind
total
control.
mockery.
Has to do with
Huh?
the bees and stuff. So
Yeah, exactly. So people are so programmed. They just call themselves these things and don't even realize what they're calling themselves. But again, the main song that she supposedly stole from this guy was a song called 7-Eleven. And when you think about 7-Eleven, what do you think about? You think about the store, you know, the sign, the Goyim products, which is like Goyim, and it's owned by Jewish people. I mean, again, what do Jews call us? They call us Goyim, right?
the gooey.
But and again, 113 is a number of deception, right? You know, Bava Kamal 113A. I mean,
Lying in a
but
legal setting.
exactly, and yeah, exactly. But again,
And they're very vague about what that legal setting is. The context is that your life is at risk, but
right.
but then they give you the right to do it. No, I mean, life being at risk is the vague part. It's like, is your life at risk because you might feel like them even knowing that you're Jewish might put you at a disadvantage in a situation? That's, you know, you could basically say that about any
You
situation.
can say that about anything. I mean,
Mhm.
really, anywhere you go is kind of like a legal setting, right? Anywhere you go in public is kind of like a legal setting. So it's like, yeah, very vague, and it's like, yeah, exactly what you were
Job
saying there. Yeah,
application's a legal document, so if you just
exactly.
lie.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, but again, from getting back to this, I mean, 32 days, a span of 32 days from the anniversary of it coming out, in light of him dying at age 32. I mean, that's not an accident. And one thing I didn't add in here is if I don't like using Wikipedia as a source of information because we know Wikipedia likes to change shit, but I only use it because, I mean,
As
hey,
they beg for money too.
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and think about Wikipedia now. I don't know if you've seen it, but they're begging. Like if you go on
Oh
Wikipedia
yeah,
right now,
yeah,
they're begging for
100%.
donations. They've been doing that
It's half the
for 2
page when
months.
you bring it up.
Yeah, exactly. Like if I were to bring up Wikipedia right now, let's see.
Everything nowadays
Yeah,
is
here
behind
it
the
is.
paywall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here it is. I'll just show it right here. Yeah, just like $2, whether it's $2.75 or $25. It's like, dude. But I didn't add in here, but again, it's part of the ritual. But you see down there, it says in 2016 he released play titled for Scott, titled as a tribute as his biggest influence, American rapper Kid Cudi, whose real name is Scott Miscudi. What's interesting is this man, he died 34 days from Kid Cudi's birthday, and in gematria, Kid Cudi's third equals 34, like suicide, like rapper, like murder. I'm like, and it's like literally synced up with him. And yeah, again, Kid Cudi's another guy who's actively sold out. And
Oh, of
I
course.
used to like Kid Cudi. I used to listen to him. I remember when he came out with that song "Day and Night." That's actually a good song. It's actually one of his most hit songs is "Day and Night." But yeah, again, that guy's completely sold out. I mean, I'll never forget when he got there and was dressing up like a woman. So
Oh yeah.
yeah,
And he has that famously. He has the kind of like did the whole Dave Chappelle where he like went away for a long time,
Mhm.
supposedly having to do with drugs and other types of things. Comes
Yeah,
back
just
and
like just like Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle did the same thing. He went on Oprah and said, "Yeah, he's going to Africa." I mean,
mhm.
yeah, just mysteriously just going to Africa. So
It makes you wonder. And of course, you'll have theories saying, "Oh, they cloned him," but famous. I mean,
yeah,
more
the call me
recently,
kinfolk types. Yeah, the
he
call me
was in
kinfolk
that
type.
that House Party movie, right, Kid Cudi? I don't
Yeah, he
really
was.
watch movies, but
Yeah, he was.
he came
Yeah,
back and he's done songs with Eminem, and so it's he landed on his feet
Travis
pretty
Scott.
well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
Travis Scott. He's done songs with
just
Travis
knowing
Scott.
that he's in the same room as Travis Scott and Kylie Jenner, it's like that good people right there. I'd
Yeah,
love to
that
be in
should
that
show you
room.
right there. Yeah, exactly. And you see how everybody's kind of we're bringing up Travis Scott. Remember what happened, 3 years ago?
I can't
At
forget,
the-
but
Yeah,
everyone else can. But like that was
yeah,
the craziest shit I had ever heard.
yeah. It's like people cared about that for about a week, and then people just stopped giving a fuck about
It's
it, and
insane.
kind of
They
just
did
went
a
under the rug.
satanic ritual in front of
Yeah,
everybody's
exactly.
eyes. And they even like make a point of showing you Kylie taking her baby out, like after
Yeah,
she just sat there and watched it for a good hour. And then like once the real craziness like started, like after the ambulance started trying to get in there, then she's like, "Oh, this I can't watch this." It's like, yeah, you already did the blood ritual. Now it's time for you to get home.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, just and think about we're talking about the Jenner family. We're talking about the Kardashians. I mean, think of the ritual they did with Bruce Jenner. Now Caitlyn.
Hmm.
So yeah, Jenner, gender. I mean, people don't see the mockery.
Makes
I mean,
it
it's just,
oh yeah, makes you think about like Caitlin Clark too. I,
yeah, Caitlyn, and no one can tell me Caitlyn Clark is a woman. That is not a woman. Have you seen the Adam's apple on that dude? Oh my god, it's like so obvious. But oh yeah, here's the post I was gonna bring up. Here it is. So we're talking about the Astro World tragedy. You guys remember when the Astros? I think it was 2022 when they won on the anniversary of the asteroid killing, the Houston
Oh yeah.
Astros
mhm.
picking up their what was it?
Like
Their
Astro
600.
and UB40 too.
Yeah, exactly. I think I have an old post on that. Let me see if I do. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Let me see if I have a post on that. No, I don't. Okay, well, because a lot of my old stuff, again, this is like a newer website. I had another website, but I don't really use it. It's a WordPress. They made me pay for it, and I was like, I'm not doing that. But the only thing about this website is Google owns it. This is
Yeah.
Blogspot, so
Mhm.
Google owns this website. So, and they've deleted a lot of my posts on here. Like I made a lot of good posts, and yeah, you know what? The one the one Google has actually taken down was my Kobe Bryant post. I did a whole decode on Kobe Bryant. Literally took 2 hours for all those screenshots. Gone. So yeah, people say gematria is bullshit. I mean, hey, I've gotten 4 channels taken down because of gematria. So
Yeah, there's definitely, people in higher places than the lemmings calling it bullshit that actually they
are the
they
fake
they
woke.
recognize it and they don't want it out in front of your face. And you think about that. Why don't, why trust the people that don't want you to gain information? Why like Zach said it before, this is just sentiment that everybody should have. If there's BS out there, get better at realizing it. People are always going to
Right.
gotten over on. So it's like
Right.
those people are always going to exist, but for everybody else that can spot the BS, let them spot it. You know,
Right.
maybe have some
Exactly.
I would say maybe some protection for the elderly who are getting scammed by the new technology. That's about it. Everybody else, good luck. Get
Right.
smarter, don't get scammed. And if you do get
Well,
scammed, learn from it and
yeah,
stuff like that.
exactly. Yeah,
But
but
this isn't
it
a
has a lot
scam.
to do with the generation now. I mean, they're getting programmed to think it's okay to cut off their genitals and
Yep.
do and just go along with it. I mean, again, I learned gematria when I was 17. It was 2020. Never forget it. I learned it, because of Kobe Bryant dying. And at first, I thought gematria was bullshit. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I thought gematria, I'm like, numbers. Like, what does this even mean? But then I'm like, you know what? I'm like, let me apply it. Let me look at it. Let me look for myself and see if it's true. So I did. I actually, gematrianator.com, um, typed up Kobe Bryant. I'm like, okay, let me just type in Kobe Bryant. So I typed it in Kobe Bryant. And here, I'll just put it up for you guys here, just to show everybody out there watching at home. But here, let me just see Kobe Bryant. So again, I looked at it. I'm like, okay, 113. What do these numbers mean, right? So I'm like, all right, let me look at how many days he died from his birthday. Let me just apply what Zach's talking about. So I did. I'm like, okay, well, he died on his 100. He died 156 days after his birthday, or a span of 157. And I'm like, okay, he died at age 41. I'm like, okay, that's definitely not an accident. And then I seen that he was the 113. He made his debut in the NBA on November 3rd, 11/3. So I mean, I'm like, come on, man, are you serious? And then you look at the prime number relationships. I wasn't looking at that at first. I looked at that later, and I'm like, oh, okay. Kobe Bryant equals 157. Dead on his 157th day of his age. That's the 37 prime. And again, what does Los Angeles equal? Los Angeles 37. So I'm like, huh, that's not an accident. And he's dead on the 37th year anniversary of the football coach Bear Bryant dying. I'm like, okay, that's definitely not an accident. So and then from ever since then, it's been history. But
Yeah,
so I've only been in the community for 5 years now, since 2020, and those 5 years have gone by pretty quick. I mean, I was 17 back then. I'm 22 right now. So
yeah, they definitely sped up the clock. I've been feeling that for a while now.
yeah, facts. Yeah, I never forget when I turned 18. Here we are, what, 4 or 5 years later. So yeah,
Well,
it's
you do great work for your age, and it's
Yeah.
also, this is a good, you know, I think it's a good message for anybody, maybe anyone young, potentially checking out our videos or coming upon Zach's channel, is that, you know, uh, it really is intuitive. There is nuance to it. There is things you're going to have to learn. But I can say for myself, I was always mathematically inclined in school and everything like that,
right,
which I do think there is a level of that makes it easier for you to coalesce with this knowledge. Obviously,
right.
it is number based, but then I think just learning it, I think you'll be surprised. I not only think that it's good for your mental health. I hate using that terminology nowadays, but I do think it's like
Yeah,
good exercise for your brain.
right.
But you'll be surprised with how many numbers you remember, and how that it kind of becomes fun because you'll be able to make the correlations. Not not
You
everything
just
is a
see it right
correlation.
away.
Yeah,
You just see it
exactly.
right away. Yeah,
It's like
exactly. So
vindication. It's like
right.
it pays dividends. Like, makes you feel good, even if it's a
Yeah,
bad story. Sometimes it's like shit.
exactly. So like, I mean, again, I've lost hella friends. During the pandemic, I lost hella friends, and did I care? Not really, because I'm like, okay, you guys are going along with this agenda. It's obvious that coronavirus is an agenda, and it was like so hella obvious. Just like all the shit they were doing, literally work like the guy there who said, "Oh, you don't have to wear a mask," is they're saying you need to wear 2 masks, even 3, maybe even 4. It's like, so we're like, people are falling for this. It's like, it's an absolute joke. And I'll never forget what they did during later on in 2020, like towards the end. They were like, oh, flu cases are all the way down, but COVID cases are skyrocketing. I'll never forget that. And it was Lester Holt. We had CNN. CNN reporters were talking about that. They're like, flu cases are down, but COVID's all the way up. It's like, come on, dude, are you serious?
Yeah, the
But
regular flu took a break for that period.
exactly, exactly. And now you
Disappeared.
guys are seeing what they're doing with bird flu. You
I
know,
will
Yeah.
say, I think I was even ahead of Zach on this one. We had an episode right before, I'd say a week earlier, because the first case was in Oregon.
Mhm.
The more reported on case is one that happened in Washington, but a
Yeah.
guy recovered. He got bird flu in Oregon. It was the first human case of this new variation or whatever. and he recovered within a couple days. He was treated, so it was a non-story. And I was talking to Austin, I'm like, why is this a non-story? This seems like something they would be chomping at the bit to get people scared about. And then it's just played out ever since. It's been, oh, bird flu in Washington, oh, bird flu here, bird flu there. And this goes
Right.
along with the whole, just during the pandemic, people remember all the chicken places catching fire, and goes along
Yeah,
with
I remember
them
that. Yeah, exactly.
forcing cattle ranchers to just cull like a third of their herds during that time. People don't
Right.
remember that either. It's just like, what? And like not serve the meat or anything. They had to like burn their carcasses and stuff. It's just there's a lot of evil agendas that go far and beyond past toilet paper and masks that happened during that time. It was
Oh yeah.
definitely
Yeah,
had more
exactly.
far-reaching things. And you look at the prices now, it's like people can talk about inflation for like things all they want, but really it's food that matters at the end of the day. When
Right.
we're all forced into tough spots, we're not going to be like, damn, I wish I could charge my iPad. We're going to be like, I'm fucking hungry. What the hell? Where's
Right.
clean water anywhere? We'll
Right.
see how quickly we can become a third world country, truly a third world country.
Yeah, and what's crazy is you mentioned that it's like people don't, they don't they're comfortable right now. You know,
Very.
Yep.
they got their they got their heated blanket, their bed, their pillow, they got
The
their,
Trump
food in their
pacifier.
fridge. Yeah, so yeah, they got their TV and everything like that. They got their entertainment. They're good. So they don't even realize they don't well, they realize it, but they're like, "Oh, who cares? Cuz I got my shit. Who cares? I have my little conveniences." But those things can come to an end,
Yep.
Everything has an end, and
You think people in
what's going to
Asheville got
happen
their
when
TV set back up yet? Doubt it.
yeah, exactly. So it's just like yeah, exactly. And people are not self-sufficient no more. They're not like our ancestors who
Mm-mm.
actually went out there and actually, survived and went out and hunted for their food and went out and did all that and pretty much did everything themselves. Built things by themselves. People can't even, you talk to the average person, they can't even put together a fucking Rubik's cube. You think they can put together a fucking building? It's wild. But again, that's the cabal. The cabal has done that to people. They let them go to 13 years of slave school where they get raised to get to push a button. And that's it. That's all most people can do in America is push a button. Make minimum
Yep.
wage. So,
And at the end of the day, I think like you're saying, these the trajectory they put the average person on is really so that even the upper echelon, upper middle class, even like touching the upper class, you'll have these jobs that are, when it all is said and done, these are the first jobs to go. When things really, hit the fan, people aren't, are you a stockbroker? I need help on my farm. Does anyone know a stockbroker? Does anybody know
right,
anyone that worked at NASA? Please, I need
right,
help. So
right.
it's
That
like,
that yeah, exactly,
these are truly
exactly. I
button
mean,
pushers, and they hold us down, and we hold each other down, because who's willing to give up, their leg up on society? Of course, you're not, because we're not a selfless society. And at the
right,
same time, you have that it's very much so a caste system, that even the people in the lower caste, the people at the top of the lowest caste, they see themselves different than their own caste. They're like, oh, at least I'm at the top of the lower class. It's just like,
right,
fuck, we're
right.
all
It just,
Yep.
I don't know if you've seen that clip of like a billion. It was like one billionaire. They were just mocking the fuck out of people who are like these are the poor people. This is what they don't have shit. Basically, just mocking them. And it's like people spend. It's like you can show that to somebody, just your average everyday, your average Joe out there. Show them, hey, this is a billionaire mocking the fuck out of you, and they'll be like, oh, who cares? I don't care. It's like you don't care that they're mocking you, like
Yeah, it's like you
spending all
better
your
watch
money.
that Trump sort of mattress commercial again. Better watch that a
Mhm.
couple times.
Exactly,
Let it sink
exactly. And
in.
that goes for all the CT, supporters. His legion of, I like to call them legion of lemmings because that's what they are.
LOL.
What's wild is people, these so-called these Trump people, right? They want to be anti-government, whatever, right? But yet Donald Trump, I don't know if you guys ever heard about the government shutdowns that we're going to do, that the government was officially going to shut down. That was all
Was it
by the numbers too, but it's like,
just the recent one?
yeah, the
Yeah.
recent one that
They do
happened.
this every few years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was, of course, it was by the numbers, but
Yep.
it was like, you know, you had these people cheering on that Trump wasn't going to get rid of the government. It's like, so you guys claim to
Thought he was
be,
draining the swamp.
you know, exactly, yeah, draining the swamp, yeah, and when he's very much a part of it, you know. And when you try to explain to one of these Trump people that, you know, Trump's a part of it, he's a Jesuit. Who cares? What's a Jesuit? It's like shit for brains.
Yeah, it's like Trump has a book out in 2000 about 9/11 and Osama bin Laden before it ever happens. Think about that. I mean, how does
Right,
he know about it? And
right,
look at this
exactly.
commercial where he's mocking you. Looking good, number 9. Looking good. He's even mocking you, even telling you about the number 9. I mean, come on. It's like,
Yeah,
how in your face can it be?
he has sheep 11 and 9 there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And people need to go check out, if anybody out there, if you're watching this and you know it's your first time hearing about it, hey, check out that Serta Mattresses commercial. You know, there's sheep 11 and 9. He's like, looking good, number 9, looking good.
Yeah.
And check that out. I mean, he's like, and one of the sheep, he's like, where's your dignity? It's like, well, yeah. And it's like, God,
He's
people are
talking to
fucking
you. People
off.
don't realize that
Yeah.
that is what the commercials, movies, people have no idea that they're talking to you.
Exactly.
Who do you think? You think they don't know what they're doing? They're making the movie for
No.
you. And
Yeah,
don't need to break the
they
fourth
know
wall.
exactly what to do. They know
Mhm.
exactly what buttons to push. That's why they do it, and they get away with it because people, you know, they get mad at the wrong people. They'll get mad at, you know, Austin or you, Logan, or they get mad at me. They say that
Yep.
we're the bad guys, yet we're the ones here every day exposing this shit.
Yeah,
So
the
They always
fact
shoot the messenger.
even Trump can have a book out in 2000, a year before 9/11 happens, about Osama bin Laden, it's like that's undisputed. You can't even dispute that. You know what I mean? It's
exactly.
undeniable.
Yeah, undeniable. It's undeniable how they script shit years in advance. It's that literally should be right there, like literal foreshadowing, literally, and it should be no doubt, zero doubt that these things are planned years in advance.
And it's
So
all major. It's all major things. I mean, it's almost all things. But you know,
right,
to convince somebody, you're obviously going to talk about the bigger events that you know have had a bigger impact on people, consciously and
yeah,
subconsciously.
like 9/11. Again, I wasn't around during 9/11. My parents were. They were around during 9/11, but they saw like what came out of that, right? I mean, they saw that, and you know, the one of the biggest things in my lifetime was the obvious scam, which was the coronavirus pandemic, what they call the coronavirus pandemic. I mean, I seen that. I'm like, and I just seen how people were easily manipulated. I'm like, I never forget. I'm hearing the West Coast. I'm here in Cali, and I'll never forget when the news literally told people to go out and get toilet paper. Oh my God, dude! It was like literally people were fighting over toilet paper. I'll never forget that. It's like damn, people cannot see through the mind control, fighting over toilet paper. I mean, and again, it's like, what kind of coronavirus is going to make you shit? I mean, it's just literally
Exactly.
mocking right there.
It's not
Like
E.
a
coli.
coronavirus make you shit? Like,
It's
Yeah.
not
dude,
Giardia or whatever. It's like, what are
yeah,
we even
exactly.
upset? What is going on here?
Yeah, they're telling you to
Exactly.
attack the lungs, it's respiratory, but then get toilet paper. Why? You know?
Yeah, exactly. That makes no sense. And they're literally telling people, yeah, because it gives you diarrhea, it gives you severe diarrhea. It's like, what? Like,
Have you ever
what the fuck?
Have you ever
You
thought
know what I
about the
mean?
logistics of like, okay, they did do that ritual, and yeah, it does line up in the gematria with the whole 56 lists of for toilet
Yeah,
paper. But have you ever thought about, you know, the actual logistics of doing it? Like they had warehouses of toilet paper ready for this and why they did it. Do you
right.
ever think that maybe they that these warehouses just had to offload a lot of toilet paper? So that was, you know, this is part and parcel. You know, you have 3M, you know, that needed to raise their stocks. You had Scott's or Charmin that needed to raise their stocks. And you had
Right.
Pfizer, and then of course you have the warehouse. You know, you got the WalMarts and Costco's that
The
they
Walmarts
all
and
just come
Costco's over there.
together
Yeah.
and they say we need all of our stocks, you know, higher for
And
this last quarter.
Don't forget Costco is pretty much based out of Seattle. You know, Costco's based out of Seattle, you know, and they were basically essentially the first ones with the supposed first case, right? I mean,
Yep.
just it should just tell you right there. I mean, the beneficiaries, you know, Costco, Target, Walmart. I mean, all these big corporations, you know, they were allowed to stay open. You know, places like McDonald's, Burger King, all these places, they were allowed to stay open while mom and pop shops. And I have a buddy. He used to be he used to have his own business. He used to have his own business. He was having a weed shop, his own smoke shop, and he had to close it down because he couldn't afford the bills, and he wasn't getting any kind of business, so he had to shut his business down and lost his business because of that. So again, mom and pop store. I mean, a very
Yep.
small business. Very trustworthy guy, a good guy in the community. I've known him for a long time, but yeah, he had to get rid of his business because of the big scam that the coronavirus pandemic was. So
I can
yeah,
attest to how hard it
yeah,
hits small businesses. My girlfriend owns the restaurant that I work at. Well, we sort of co-own it, but she's, in name, it's basically hers. Um,
right.
but yeah, I mean, just seeing, never mind the actual shift in human behavior that happened during that time and has persisted ever since. There's, the new normal is like terrible.
Yeah, the
But
new
yeah,
normal.
I
Yeah.
mean, just all the restrictions they put you under. You have, people got to walk in wearing a mask, but then they sit down to eat and it's all bets are
Yeah,
off.
take it off. Yeah. It's
Like,
like,
what?
yeah, I never forget. I was like the only guy at Walmart, the only guy anywhere like without a mask, and like it was just hilarious because what's crazy is I inspired a lot of other people to take this shit off. You don't have to wear it. You know what I mean? So
I wanted
yeah,
people to talk to me, but nobody ever did. I remember I thought it was so funny
the
that I would
dirty
go to
stares.
Walmart and the
Yeah,
types
I
of
got the
people
dirty
who all
stares.
looked
I got
like
like
me.
the dirty looks.
Dude, I
Like
would see people
yeah,
who could barely walk or like look like I could, push them over and they're dead. And they were like looking at me like, oh my God. I'm like, why are you
right,
here? If you're so
right.
scared, why are you at Walmart? You shouldn't be here even
Exactly.
without a
Like
mask or like whatever.
I'll never forget. It was Costco. It was 2020. I think it was April 2020. Some big fat bitch. She was,
420.
I wasn't doing anything. I was the only guy there without a mask. I wasn't wearing a mask. I was like the only guy without a mask. And I'm sitting there minding my business, looking around, shopping around, and the fat bitch decides to come up to me and is like, you're killing people. And I pretty much told her to fuck off. And she went and got Costco security on me, and they came out there and escorted me out the store. So I'm
And
like,
he's
come on.
killing people by stealing their food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but yeah, it's big old fat fucking blot, coming there saying you're killing people. I'm like, you're one Big Mac away from dying. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's a joke, man, and just I lost hella friends because of it, and you know what? I don't consider those people friends, the ones that I lost, because it's like, well, you weren't really a friend anyway if you're not about truth. You know what I mean? So if you're going along with the agenda, I mean, hey, you're not my friend. So
Yeah, I lost one of my best friends. We actually did a lot of, you know, it was almost like an anchor to my old like way of thinking in life. So in a way,
right,
I'm kind of glad that that anchor's off the boat. But at the
right,
same time, I have
yeah,
felt bad that I couldn't pull him up with me, because man, since we're on the subject, it's like just seeing when it does. This person was not at all into anything government, anything like that. He was the chillest person I've ever met. He was like, if anything, I would consider him anti-government for the most part, or not maybe not outwardly, but he wasn't down with he just wasn't into all that stuff. But as soon as that pandemic hit, it's like I could just see the mind control take him over. He was on TikTok way too much, and you know, I
right,
worked with him at the time, and we'd have people come in sometimes without a mask, and he would like perk up like he like old like mega Karen and just be like,
right,
I would look at him because at the time I was wearing a mask just to comply with my own restaurant's rules, um, as much as I didn't want to. And I would be looking at him like, dude, I don't want to wear a mask. If I took it off, are you going to be like mad at me? Do you understand that this is a sickness that I don't like? I don't care to get if I get the flu or not. I like, what is,
right,
just last week, nobody was wearing a mask. And now all of a sudden, look at you. You're just
right.
like an attack dog for some reason.
Yeah, it's just like I had experienced that as well. Like, yeah, and it's just a mockery too because it's like, okay, well, we have to wear a mask that for an illness that we can't breathe, and then you're wearing a mask and you pretty much can't breathe because it's like you're holding in your
Hmm.
oxygen. You're pretty much essentially when you're wearing a mask, you're pretty much essentially breathing in your own shit. So you're breathing all that bacteria, and then especially the mask, 'cause it has a bunch of bacteria, all kinds of fingerprints. Those things are made in warehouses where people are being touching all kinds of shit. It's like it's not healthy. So it's not healthy to be breathing in your own shit and plus breathing somebody else's uh you know
Doo-doo
germs.
fingers.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just a mockery. And then trying to explain that to somebody in 2020, they looked at you like you're insane. Like, how is that? That's just a logical thought. That's not, I'm not saying anything about gematria, anything like that. I'm just using logical, critical thinking skills.
Right. They
And
don't even know how their own immune system works.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
not to
So,
mention just the fact that people had itchy things on their faces increased the amount of people touching their face in
yeah,
a
exactly.
food.
Yeah, fiddling with it, and
Mhm.
yeah,
I
exactly.
saw it all
And
the time.
yeah, sweat and like all kinds of shit's getting, all kinds of air and all this shit's getting in there. It's like, and
And
it even tells you, like on the back of the mask, it even says, um, these masks cannot protect against any kind of flu-like symptom, any flu-like disease.
yeah,
So,
there's only few very few types of masks that do, but was that information given out initially when they forced the fear? No, everybody got the same crappy black cloth masks that,
or the blue ones.
fast forward or yeah, or those. Or fast forward, 3 years later, all the science is in. The science is in, ladies and gentlemen. Uh don't be surprised if your next flu is 10 times as worse because you probably have terrible lungs from wearing a mask for 3 years that's not good for you, and all
Yeah,
the terrible things you're inhaling with those cloth masks that are basically just, you might as well just just
yeah,
choking yourself out all day. You might as well
yeah,
just be walking
exactly.
around doing a half space monkey.
It's a mockery. Yeah, and it's just mockery. It's just like, and then it's like, okay, so this mom and pop business has to, fail, shut down, close its doors for good, go bankrupt, not having to figure out what they're going to do for their next, meal or whatever, struggling to pay bills. But yet, oh, this George Floyd psyop comes around. Oh, it's all good for somebody to go, go riot and be a part of these staged
Yeah.
riots. Like,
Yep.
that's another thing I saw too. I was calling that out. Had so many people on the internet just call me, "Oh, you racist? You really think that?" I'm like, "How am I racist? I'm just saying how you guys are being manipulated. You guys are being manipulated. You guys are being played with. You guys are being toyed with. They're messing with your emotions. They're basically, it's like Operation. It's like the game Operation. They're just playing with you as a toy. So
Exactly.
Yeah, and
yeah,
that, I mean, my city, Portland, is still, it still has not recovered. It's I mean, there's
right,
no effort to recover it because um that's it's a broader topic that we've covered. I'm sure you're aware of like the whole 15-minute cities thing.
yeah,
Well, there's several in California they have planned, but I recently learned because we those two topics kind of combined. I was noticing what's been going on with my city and how dead it's become. And if you were any aware at all about how me and Austin met, it was through Zach coming to Portland, and it was
yeah.
the
I,
most
yeah, I
dead
watched. It was
thing
that one
ever.
stream, right? It was the one with you guys, and it was Zach out there with the megaphone. You had the crazy crackhead right there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's wild. Still, me and
yeah,
Austin
I'm
talk
aware
about
of
that.
that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
But
this
yeah,
city's basically dead. But then I've come to find out it's on the list of 15-minute cities. And so all these things that I've been kind of like memory banking, and I talk to my son about it when we're driving around, I point things out to him. And I'm just
yeah,
like, I didn't know why these things were necessarily taking place. I don't think any of it's good. It's weird how when you see like infrastructure going up, instead of being like, oh, finally my tax dollars at work, I'm thinking like, uh-oh, like, because I don't think that they do anything really. Like, your tax dollars really don't make a positive
no,
benefit to
no, they don't.
any, especially not in the area I live. So when I
Yeah,
see them doing stuff to infrastructure,
especially my hometown. I mean, it's because originally I'm from Northern Cal. I'm up from NorCal, Northern California. But you just see whenever like because I've recently gone back over there just to see how if anything's even changed, and it's literally nothing's changed. It's gotten worse. You got more crime going out there more than anything. It's just like nothing good comes out of it. Like the roads are still fucked up. Everything is, what I'm saying, is just it's like pretty much the same as how it was when I was there. Last year, 2 years ago. So, it's just yeah, your tax dollars are not hard at work. They're pretty much the money is stolen from us and used for the next mass shooting.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
I mean, yeah, and taxation being theft, being the, I hate how everything gets co-opted. It makes speaking harder. I mean, just think
right.
about, the next generation of, all the things they do say. It's all so much more dumbed down because I feel stupid even saying mental health, where it's just like, man, if I
Right.
say that to anybody, they're going to be thinking that I'm in a box. They're going to be instantly put me in a box just by a single phrase, just
Yep.
this,
Yeah, but it's
maybe it's
programming. It's
yeah,
programming. That's what it is. It's like anybody who questions 9/11, automatically you get labeled as a conspiracy theorist. Anybody who
that's what I
question,
was going to
or
say.
even at the time, and maybe even still today, even if you question the coronavirus pandemic, you got people out there, maybe a select few, because I'm pretty sure, after a while, it's been about 4 or 5 years now, and I'm pretty sure people have seen through it now. But at the time, you were looked at as a conspiracy theorist. So yeah, all these labels and shit. And again, it's all part of the programming.
It's
It
the whole
goes back to people.
crabs in a bucket thing. It's
Yeah,
it's each echelon of society. You'll have the, they'll self govern themselves in the worst way. They won't govern themselves
right.
out of the situation. They'll govern themselves deeper into it.
Yeah, and they feel the need to have somebody who, they want that control. They want somebody ruling over them. You know what I mean? And because people trip out, they're like, "Oh, if we don't have government, well, it's going to be chaos." Absolutely not. No, it wouldn't. But you would also need to have somebody who's a good leader, knows how to lead. And I'm not talking about one of these elitist type. I'm talking about like somebody in your community, you
Yeah.
know, who has a good head on their shoulders and knows what they're doing and knows what to do when Fallout mode comes into play. Hey, we have a good leader right here. Like how it was back in the day, back in our ancestors' time, where you had these tribes. So
I mean, I don't see why, and like even post, tribal, if you will, that you had coalitions and you had you're not everyone's gonna be a blacksmith, but you're gonna have
right,
a leader type figure for blacksmiths because they understand the industry and everybody goes through them, not like a mafia type situation. But I mean, you
right,
look at things like the mafia and it's just like, honestly, we could probably learn from them. Obviously don't do the killing and the drug pushing, but like all the
right.
structure, like take the take what's what's there. They have a pretty good structure and they have like a hierarchy, and
Right.
it's not to use
And
that
that's not
not
to
to
glorify. Yeah, exactly. It's to yeah, use it as an example. So the thing about the mafia is controlled by the same Jesuits who are still running over.
yeah, it was
It's,
just a
it's
for
yeah,
perception of the
yeah,
mafia, I should say.
right, exactly, yeah. But yeah, if anybody doesn't know, yeah, the mafia is controlled by the Jesuits. People don't know, and that everybody, every year they put out a new mafia movie or a new mafia game. Um, yeah, but it's just paying tribute to the same old shit, and it's like when you talk about the mafia, you think about Tony Soprano, right? I mean, he died 99 days after Pope Francis was put there as the Pope, and again, he died in Rome, he died in Italy, and again, the Jesuits are Italian, and yeah, again, Pope Francis, he dies. Tony Soprano dies 99 days after Pope Francis being installed as the Pope. Sopranos equals 99 came out in 99. So, but yeah, so
There's also the soprano being a like a singing measurement, or not a measurement, but it's a like a it's in the vernacular of the choirs
the
and the
high, yeah,
singing,
the
the high
highest
notes.
voice, yeah, the
And
high
you think
note, yeah,
about a Catholic church and their choirs that have elite
right.
tier sopranos in their choirs.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And then you have Tony Soprano, this mafia dude killing, pretty much killing people. I mean, that's pretty much what I've watched from a guy who's watched a lot of Sopranos and watched and has, watched sat in front of, TV and watched HBO's, reruns of it. I mean, yeah, again, um, again, it's just, yeah, and again, it just shows that the Jesuits control these mafia, just like they control the cartel. These
I was going to
cartels.
mention the cartel. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
big CIA, but I mean, I think
yeah.
it even goes beyond the CIA. But I mean,
way
there's no
deeper
point.
than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, and yeah, just yeah, I gotta do it. You know what? That reminds me of talking about Tony Soprano. I have to do a post on Tony Soprano, man, because yeah, it's just so obvious, man. But and they've killed a lot of other guys off the Sopranos too. Trying to think of one of them off the top of my head, but I think it was Johnny Sack they killed the same year or probably like a year after Tony Soprano died. So I have to go back and look at that. But yeah. But, oh yeah, bird flu. I wanted to talk about bird flu. That's the trending topic too. Bird flu.
Yeah.
Bird flu. If you guys didn't know, bird flu actually. What's wild about bird here? Let me pull up my Twitter and just to show you real quick. Let me. Bird flu actually originated here in Cali. That's as the story goes. Is these are pretty much all stories. But let me see. Oh, here it is. But bird flu. You see how bird flu? And I don't usually talk about this cipher. Not really much is known about this cipher, trigonal gematria, but just found it interesting that bird flu equates to 559, and where I'm at, I'm located in the Valley, which is Fresno, California. That's the five. This is the 559 area code. So just think about that. Bird flu comes out of California, and it comes out of the 559 area code. It just happens to equal 559. Again, I've seen this. We see this a lot, and
Yeah, area codes
yeah,
are like huge.
Yep.
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, again, it's the same old shit, and I guarantee you, it's going to be a repeat of 2020.
Yeah.
But yeah, and again, the same thing with speaking of Luigi Mangione, here he is.
We had a fun episode.
I seen you guys did a Luigi Mangione video. I got to check that out. But again, it's a joke. Everybody's mentioning him, but I don't see people mentioning Brian Thompson. Have you seen the pictures of Brian Thompson? It literally looks all the same.
We talked exactly about this. We've come across actually a few of those since we've started doing these episodes. We've looked into people, and all you can find is their one LinkedIn photo for the most part. But it's always that
Yeah,
that
it's literally.
website.
I guarantee you, Brian Thompson's from this website right here. This person's on exist.com. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can just keep refreshing the page.
I've showed people this website too. You just keep going and going and going. It never ends.
Hey, this could be Brian Thompson for all we know, right? I mean, this could be Brian Thompson right here. I mean, hey, looks real. Brian Thompson right there. Sitting right there.
Got that hair going through the beanie. I like that.
Yeah. It's just like, I mean, and if you didn't know, we didn't know any better. I mean, you would think that's a real, you would think that's a real girl. I mean, heck, what's so crazy about it is you can, I can just be like, oh, 2 people dead, 5 injured, right? And in this mass shooting, and I'll just be like, oh, this is one of the victims, and just put a name that equals whatever, matching the score or whatever to fit the ritual. I mean, it's just literally, I mean, and you wouldn't even, if you didn't know, you wouldn't question it, right? I mean, you wouldn't even, you'd be like, oh, it's a little girl, But
yeah, on this topic too, do you for some reason I am just tripping on that little girl's name. Doesn't she have like the 3-name name, and she was like the most famous missing girl, little blonde girl?
Oh, John Benet
Ramsey. Do you know about the whole background with how all her images were faked? Like all the images.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, I've heard about that.
Well, no, they're proven fake. Like whatever they ran with the editorials and stuff. Yeah, that was a huge thing back in the day. All the major magazines, they used the same early Photoshop program to, make their models look good and stuff like that. And they've backdated and found, they forced these images to change. Like look at that one. That one fourth to the or third to the right, one down, with that weird guy in the picture, like a split picture. Like look at that picture. That picture was one of the ones that was faked. Like they put out 2 different images of this.
Right. Yeah, you can just tell. I mean, you can tell it's a photoshopped image. I mean, even back in that time, you can tell it's a photoshopped image. So
yeah, and so yeah, there, just on the topic of this is, I feel like that this could have been a litmus test for, their eventual rollout of Will these people just buy anything if we give them a sob story, if we give them this insane story? It's in the same vein of like, what kind of person are you to question the killing of a little girl? People will
Right.
automatically use their emotions rather than any kind of thought or logic. They will just, why don't we prove it happened first and then I'll mourn? I will mourn with you. Let's just prove it happened first. I don't mourn about
Right.
anything fake. So, in your daily life, do you just imagine someone died and start crying? No. So why don't
No.
you would know they died and then before you started crying. So just like so how about somebody we don't know? Let's not just jump to the conclusion that the TV is giving us. Let's prove it first. And then, we can feel however we feel about it.
Right.
This is a case of like some early
duping delight. That's what I say. But yeah, I mean, and again, it's all emotional. You're right. I mean, you just said it right there. I mean, people are all emotional. I mean, it's just like going back to the George Floyd thing. You were calling, if somebody like me were calling it out back in 2020, we were calling a racist piece of shit. And
yeah, good luck if I wanted to say anything about it.
Yeah, exactly. They'd probably say, or like the people on the Chaotic Truths panel, or I call them Chaotic Troll, but they'd probably say, "Who you to say anything about it, white boy?" Right? I mean, they'd probably say some shit like that. So, yeah,
I love that. I love that people give away their. It's like it's not only their own insecurities, but it's nice to know. It's almost like a badge that I can read when people act a certain way or base their emotions off of certain things. I'm actually happy to see it. I'd rather that than someone be an excellent liar. I imagine the Jesuits aren't emotional like all these other people. So when you see these they're able to mask their intentions and to an extent everybody should be able to do that. Not to be a deceptive piece of shit, but to just so that you're not always wearing your emotions on your sleeve. But especially when you give yourself away as so quick to call things racist or quick to call things sexist or misogynist, all these titles, it just kind of gives you away, in my opinion. So I'm just like, first of all, who has time to care about that stuff that's not directly affecting them? Second of all, we're all people, and the longer you don't realize that's on you, buddy.
Right, exactly. And it's like, it's about the Jesuits. They're not emotional. I mean, they will literally. I mean, I have the oath of literally on the screen. They will literally kill one of their own.
Of course,
they will
snatch a baby on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, again, a Jesuit. You'll never see a disobedient Jesuit. You just never will. Again, because they will kill if they see somebody in that order as a disobedient Jesuit to the Pope and don't obey what the Pope says. They will kill them. Doesn't matter if they're Jesuit and they're brothers and it's like a brotherhood thing. They don't care. So yeah, again, the Jesuits do not care. They'll kill anybody. I mean, they'll kill a grandma if they have to. I mean, they'll kill babies if they have to. They don't. Yeah, exactly. So.
And then, of course, you look this up on Google, and what is it? It's a hoax. The first three articles about it are just first three articles, which is the first three things that.
I mean, you saw I had to go to DuckDuckGo. I had to use DuckDuckGo in order to find it, and
we talked about this a couple episodes, or episode 12, I think we were talking about the Jesuits, and we brought this up. And
yeah, exactly. If I were to look up the Jesuit oath on Google, I mean, just look at this. I mean, just
either that or they'll give you their like holy one, the one that's just like it's like it says all the same things without the killing and the other stuff.
Yeah,
look at him, the Pope, just like happy with everybody.
Yeah, happy with.
I bet these people are so scared. It's like,
I mean, come on, man. If like again, you just go back to the Jesuit oath. I mean, they literally said they will wage war.
Have you ever seen the Pope's sister?
Babies. Huh?
Have you ever seen the Pope's sister?
No, I haven't.
I think it's just something that's just funny. It's
like a meme.
Idea. They're almost identical in ugliness. They're both idiots, dude. But she's a Fiona for sure.
Right. A lot of people here we're talking about the Pope. A lot of people say I'm not saying this, but I'm saying like, Yeah, he played the Pope, but a lot of people say he's playing the role of the Pope. And what do you think about theories like that? You know my opinion. I'm pretty sure if you watch my channel, you know I've gone on people like Call Me Kinfolk or Conscious
Stick to
X.
the provable.
But what's your honest opinion about shit like that? I just want to clear it up because I see a lot of people in the so-called conspiracy world. They like to put shit like that out there.
Well, I should just let Austin talk, but just to maybe like push him towards certain things is because he's almost an aficionado or expert, if you will, in his own right on Kurt Cobain, and there's a lot surrounding that, a lot that I've learned since episode 1, which was solely about Kurt Cobain for the most part. But yeah,
Right.
if you want to take it away, Austin, with yours, and then I'll follow up.
Yeah, we've talked about Kurt Cobain almost every episode, and we've gone over quite a bit on that. And it's like I said, I've looked at it every angle too. I mean, you can look at it, as is Kurt Cobain still alive?
Right.
How far do you want to take it? Is it, was it not him that was really there? Was it like a mannequin, or was it like faking his death, or
Right.
there's only so far you can look into things. It's like 9/11. It's like everything. There's only so far you're gonna get. It's like I said, I narrowed it down to the people that possibly could have killed him, or it could have been other people, or someone else. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Alan Wrench or not, or whoever. But there's certain things where it's like it's undeniable, and then it's like all the 54s and the 45s. I mean, they're just everywhere. That
I mean,
I mean,
you have on your screen. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, again, dead. He died on April 5th, 1994. He did in 94, Seattle, Washington, 94. Zach has talked about 94 in Seattle a gazillion times. So yeah, and
on 95th day, Jesuits, 95 days left to go in the year were started. So you got the 95.
The Jesuits are 95 pieces. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. And again, 54. Yeah. And again, Teen Spirit. That's one of their hit songs. Nirvana. That's one of their hit songs. Teen Spirit. 54. I mean.
Yep.
So
Love equals 54, and he was of course married to Courtney Love. Love equals 54 and 54 and 18 twice. So 54
right.
in
forwards and backwards.
Yeah.
Forwards and backwards.
Oh, you had the love up there. That's right. My bad.
Yeah. And again, as Austin was mentioning, 95. Yeah, Courtney has that 95. So in April 15th, April 5th was 95 days before her birthday too. So 95. The Jesuits in 95.
Yeah, Austin had some great connections with like the first attempt. Where was that? What venue was that at? Where they first
in
said
Rome.
he was. Yeah.
The Rome suicide. Yeah, and go figure it's in Rome. Then you look at like I said, all the places he was at. Obviously you got to get him to Rome and Italy. Right before he's going to die, and all the things going on, and it's just
like Tony Soprano. Yeah, just like Tony Soprano died in Italy. Unexpectedly dying. Going to Rome on a vacation and just dying unexpectedly there in Rome at 51 years old, and Rome equals 51. It's like, again, just and it's just and here's another post about Bill Gates and their marriage has to do with Kurt Cobain. But
Donald Trump, Donald Cobain. You got the Donald in there.
Yeah, foreshadowing. Yep. And they do this all the time. They do this shit all the time. Here's one of the greatest examples.
I'd say Cobain is the white Tupac.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
Grunge, right? Grunge. He was very much a part of grunge, right? Grunge rock.
He was grunge, basically. It had come about maybe. What was it? Only like a couple years before that, like truly hit the scene, any kind of scene, and then
you had Soundgarden.
Nirvana basically galvanized the scene, and some would say that Nirvana actually kind of babied it up, not babied it up, but softened it, softened the grunge scene. But
right.
At the end of the day, they were still basically the face of it.
Yeah, they were exactly. And Seattle's a very musical city too, so a lot of music greats that came out of Seattle. So
Seattle sound of Seattle. You got the whole grunge scene. You got all these things that come out of here happen here, and everything comes back, and people don't understand the connections, like I talk about too, the Seattle, New York connections, 9/11 New York, and then the Kurt Cobain, 9/11, COVID, all the things connected to that, all the numbers, how, first cases in, King County, Corona, Crown, and then how you have the materials used to build the World Trade Centers come out of Seattle. Kurt Cobain dies in Seattle. Lane Staley, April 5th on the same exact day, 8 years later. So it's undeniable. Then all the other people that are dead too. It goes on and on.
Right. Yeah. And you know what? It's only going to continue to go on unless people wake up to it. And yeah, and that's why, I mean, hey, that's why I get out there every day. And I've actually started just not pounding pavement, but interacting with people and having a real conversation with them. And hey, you know what? This is what's going on. You might want to look into it. So I think that's where we got to reach people and start doing that. Instead of out there with a megaphone, we got to go out there and start talking to people. Talking to them. Interacting them like like human to human interaction. But I think that's where we're going to reach people and people. But
I think there is something to be said about, street preaching with the megaphone. I just think that until we have a, a more unified community, or at least a
Yeah.
unified
yeah,
group that can show and, stand on their own 2 feet, each and every person, to where, when we do draw a crowd somewhere, they'll see a group of well put together people that have no stake in lying to them, and it's a level of like trustworthiness, because, I feel like for all the good that came out of Portland, meeting Austin and meeting Zach, and pound pavement with them. And I was on the sidelines talking to a bunch of people, and so that came out a bunch. A bunch of people showed up. Everybody showed up. I went and talked to, had great conversations, talked to some new people who I gave them Zach's website and everything. Hope they're doing well. But for all that, at the same time, I could see how you cut up that 8-hour stream, and it'd be tough to get any good out of it. As disappointing as that is to say, it really was a shit show. I brought my son as well, and luckily he has a good head on his shoulders, and he understands weird things in life, and understands that there were trolls there, and there's all this mute type behavior. But at the same time, I can understand how that would just be an instant turnoff for the average person that's literally just walking around into half the crap they come in contact with. So, and that's what
you see how many trolls harass me. I mean, and it's the same people, right? I think about it. It's just like the same people. And you could, I can only imagine like everyday folk is gonna be like, oh, I ain't, and what's crazy is people don't have discernment. They don't have the discernment to be like, okay. Recently, one of these trolls has said a bunch of shit and said that I'm running a scam on people on YouTube, that I'm getting people to try to donate to me because I'm running some kind of scam. That's not true, But I guarantee you, if somebody were to come across that, didn't know who I was, they'd probably be like, "Oh yeah, this dude's a scammer. Fuck this guy."
And there's guilty by association. That's what commonly the average person functions on. Guilty by association. They're not. The average person won't even look into the ingredients of the food they put in their mouth, let alone they come across Zach's channel and it happens to be a stream where it's about cuts. Good luck. They're just going to be like, this shit's crazy. It's like, I don't care if they won't even, they'll just say, oh, Zach, the gematria guy who's like with that obvious like weird meth guy. No, I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. And, just to give you guys if I can find him here, Aaron Michael Fleming, just to give you an observation of who we're dealing with here.
Oh God.
And let's just see if I can find it. Oh well, I just found this.
Shouldn't have evoked the name.
Yeah, and this is the guy that's been trolling us. I mean, trolling me. And again, a guy who's his only thing in the world he's contributed is getting a restraining order from his own family for beating up his mom. So yeah,
a cat fight.
Right. Or here, I just put up the video. I mean, essentially, this is this is the troll. I mean, come on. I mean, that's all. That's a face a mother don't even want, or a mother can't even love. I mean,
Like Travis.
yeah, another cocksucker, another guy who just sits at home with at mommy's basement or in mommy's basement and chopping up videos. But yeah, little Travis.
Hey, that's enough screen time for that. I'm already sick of looking at it personally.
Yeah, we'll get that off the screen. But yeah,
Pretty hard to look at that, anyways.
yeah, it's pretty hard to stomach. I mean, hey, and again, that's not a man. That is not a man. That's a woman on estrogen pills, testosterone pills. That's what that is. I mean, and think about how he spells his name too. Erin. I mean, Erin, like how you spell a woman's name. I mean, that's. But then again, you look at his dad. His dad's a transsexual, dressing up like a woman. I mean, but
Something's in the water, that's for sure.
oh yeah, for sure. And especially, and again, he's grew up in the Bay Area, so yeah, the Castro. You know, Seattle. I know Seattle, they have Capitol Hill there. But yeah, I think that's all I had, man. And yeah, it was cool talking to you guys and having an interview. I appreciate it, man. It's already an hour and 25, and man,
time flies on these things, man.
Yeah, it does. And yeah, this is kind of like my first interview, but yeah, I'm gonna upload this on my channel if you guys don't mind. I'm gonna upload it on my channel too and re-upload it, and I'll shout you guys out. But yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Logan, for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us and being our inaugural guest.
It was awesome having you on.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you guys. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, you too.
All righty. Well, there was the surprise we were talking about. It's only, what was it? What were we, like 10 minutes in? We ended up getting about an hour and 15 with them. I'd say that was a fruitful interview.
I got a lot of good information in there. A lot of
it's definitely jam packed with it. Definitely check him out. And that's his YouTube, but he also has an Instagram. Actually, let me try to pull that up real quick. Sorry to cut you off.
I think we were talking about before you hopped on, we were talking about planes or whatever.
Did you notice some of the correlations that just naturally happened when we were going through some of the other stuff we were talking about?
Oh yeah,
similar numbers to that whole what we had working on. Let's see if I can pull up his Instagram real quick, or his Twitter. I mean, sorry. Go ahead. I'll get the screen back up in a second. Just give me a second.
Yeah, we're talking about the we're still on the first plane crash, the Azerbaijani, Azerbaijani. But yeah, we're on, let me think, where were we? Talking about plane or planes, or yeah, we just talked about plane crashing was the last gematria thing we were looking at. Yeah, and then if you write out planes crash, it equals 44, so you got kill. And then of course the word plane, you got the 48, the 21. So you have the Illuminati, and you got the Jesuit. You got the two reflections too of 78. You got 87, and the reflection of 42. You got 24. So plane's kind of a pretty interesting word too. The word planes, you got equals 95. Kind of interesting. Essentially, the word planes and the word crash has 22 and the 32 and the same ciphers.
Oh, destined there.
Yeah.
Because I mean, one interesting thing to talk about, when we talk about, applying gematria to certain words, is there's something to be said about the history of that word. like, because the advent of the word plane as a aviation device is pretty recent in human history. They weren't saying plane in the 1600s. They were talking about a field when they were saying a plane, and or even spelling it the same way. A plane is like a I don't even know what to say. They call the Earth a plane. It's like a measurement of sorts. Of course, you have the plains where they grow the wheat in the grass too, but I'm not talking about that. But it makes you wonder, the correlations that they had planned with these words, whether or not it was, natural or intentional. You have a word like plane and crash. Was it like after the fact being like, oh, crash and plane are two out of the four, and who knows about their other ciphers? You know, should we play off of this, or was it always meant to be? Since the plane was invented, they said they called it a plane because they had planned on it crashing. Has plan in the word of it too.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. Yeah, that's like what I'm thinking too. Because like there's new words being invented, being made all the time, and they're always making up and adding new words. So it's not like you might like 20, 30 years ago there wasn't a words or word for that, but now all of a sudden there is. So it's like then you think about how they come up with the stuff and why they call it what they do, and it's like, well, here you go. Proofs in the pudding. Um, it's like the word, even the word crashes equals 44. So you got kill again. Um,
And yeah, crash
crashing equals 47. So you got the 47.
and the 79, like Moid.
Like Nirvana.
Mm-hmm.
Crashings, you got crashings equals 44. So you got the kill and you got 55 like Satan.
And they say he crashed to Earth too.
Yep. Yeah, and Zach's favorite word Azerbaijani equals 201.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that fun?
And you got the 51 too, like yeah. Conspiracy. Yeah.
Azerbaijani 201. I wonder what they had planned with this. I don't even know. Is it a country within Kazakhstan, or I don't know how they? I honestly, my geography is terrible. My knowledge of how other countries do their delineations is awful. It's probably should get. I should probably do better with that, because I don't know how. I know Canada does provinces. That's about. That's kind of about it. It's like shit.
Yeah, it's interesting too because this is near the city of Kazakhstani, and that equals it's got the 121. So the day the Illuminati established, you get the 121, you got the 68 as well. And it was in Act 2, which equals 54, and you got the 81. So you got ritual numbers. Um,
It's also another one of those words that it just reduces to 9.
Which interesting too. The word Kazakh, you got the Kazakh. It's got that 22 in the 32 in the same ciphers too as the as
See.
before, as crash and stuff, planes and crash. So it's kind of interesting.
Oh, what do you know? The average Kazakh is a Muslim as well. Planes crashing and Muslims in a story. Interesting.
Yeah, and then there was the
Actually, what is Muslim again? I forget.
Or there's the prime minister too, Kenneth Bozumbaev, and that's that equals his name equals 46, like sacrifice. And prime minister too. Prime minister equals 78 and 84, like Jesuit.
You said the Azerbaijani prime minister.
Yeah, he was the
Oh, is it a different one? It says here is the prime minister.
deputy prime minister.
It says Ali Asadov is. I'll have to look up what you're saying, but just real quick. Oh, what was his name? Asadov. It's just interestingly enough, his name is Ali, which is isn't that God? Isn't that I can't remember what Ali translates to. I know Muhammad is God, but I'm thinking Muhammad Ali. High, elevated, champion, king of kings. Yeah, it's basically God. Ali equals 22 as well. But yeah, sorry, the deputy prime minister, I didn't see him listed in the story. Maybe a different one would have it. Because of stinking Wikipedia, who cares? And they have of course, I clicked the Washington Post. Do you know how to spell his name? Sorry.
Yeah, it's a Kanat. Yeah, Kanat, and then Bozumbaev. And like I said, that equals 46, like sacrifice. His first name equals 47, 11, and 88. So you have like the Trump numbers. You got the 88, the 47. You got the 11. And then his last name's got the 46. Like sacrifice. Of course, this is, like I said, on Christmas, 110, 38. Christmas 110, like Nirvana, and then you get the 38, like Kurt.
Well, Christmas 38. Also, drop the 0, you got the 11 right there in your face, like his name, 11.
Yeah.
There's something to be said about, the whole Santa flying around with his reindeer as well. It is an aircraft, technically. So, I think there is some funny symbolism going on there. They're making jokes, having all these planes crashes. It's like, might have because you think about it, are Muslim nations celebrating, what are they? Obviously, they're not celebrating Christmas. That's not the question. But that's another study. Like I'm not exactly sure what their holidays observe. I'm sure that it's related to the Quran and things in there. I had a Muslim friend. I actually worked with him restoring cars, and he was the one that kind of opened my eyes on how intense the Quran is, and how it's like if you read it as a fiction novel, like it's a great book. It's like an intense book that like if you read it as fiction, which the average person probably can, because even the Bible should be read potentially as fiction. Anyway, blasphemy, heresy, yeah, all that, whatever. He was telling me about how it's, talks about dimensions and, all these other things, it's crazy, for it being an old text. It talks about dimensions, aliens, and, just like the Bible does. But, the Bible's it's like the prissy version, not prissy, but, it's just been touched up by all the, the old English, like slant to everything. Whereas like the Quran is like, it's pretty hardcore. but it's also like evil. Like they talk about like evil beings being crazy and evil in that a lot, and like how they're multidimensional and they come in and just do crazy shit. And then you look at like their fervent, you know, uh flock, the people that, adhere to it when this book is like absolutely nuts. But just like it's almost kind of like the Bible, how people, will just like cast aside the Old Testament. Be like, giants, you know, crazy gods and all, these crazy happenings and you know, the Exodus, all they'll just whatever. I'm a New Testament guy. I'm all about just Jesus, fishing and stuff. That's what the Bible is to me. Well, it's like, okay, that is what it is to you, but what about all that stuff? What's called go? I want to know more about the aliens and the giants, bro. What was he say? There's dragons? Hold up. But from I once again, he was saying I should start reading the Quran, or even if he was to help me read it. But shortly after that, we kind of not so much a falling out. I bet if I hit him up today, he'd be happy to talk to me. But I always found that interesting. I
Yeah,
don't think the average person knows about that kind of stuff. Like they just assume it's just like, oh, it's just maybe they think it's a crazy book or just something that's not worth their time, but they don't know that it's like a it's like a Lord of the Rings trilogy in that thing. It's insane.
yeah, it's like it's kind of like what we were saying too. With all these plane crashings and stuff too. It's like and how we how I brought up too. How it's these two plane crashes were 4 days apart. Four being the number of death.
Hmm.
Um,
Good point.
now you have the bird flu, so you got death, and you got the plane crashes, death. I think all these people dying right now, death. So there's just all this fear and death right now, and so you have you know th- you have this kind of narrative building where fear is kind of taken over, and there might be it's kind of playing into lockdown type formation stuff where people are gonna who knows what's exactly gonna happen, but um they're setting the stage right now for who knows what, and it's like they're blaming the crash on Christmas on Russia or whatever. It's always gonna be someone
Hmm.
else's fault. So you have that narrative building, and then it's like who knows, even with like Trump, are they really going to pull off the fake assassination where it's just exit stage left and then he's just going to, wander out and leave, and then just disappear. And then people are going to think that he really died, really got killed. And is that going to be, maybe the direction they're going to go, or, what are they going to use him for? So there is a big buildup right now of momentum. Um, it's just, and it's like, COVID coming out of California, and then this is coming out of California, this bird flu, just like we found out, Gavin and COVID, exact foresight for match. Um, so it's no, so now you have all these things happening right now. Um, there was another story too on Christmas, with the Panama Canal, uh, with the 38 thousand people that supposedly died or lost their lives 100 10 years ago, um,
Hmm.
and building the Panama Canal and stuff. So you had that story. The United States puts billions of dollars in repair money, but we'll have absolutely nothing. And that was on that was Trump wrote all that. He was talking about that on his Truth Social network. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting story too. That was out on Christmas, uh, especially on the Trump Truth Social network. Him talking about that.
Where am I? I know I should just go find Zach's blog or the Gematria Effect News one. I have it on my personal browser thing, but not on this one. Was it? Because he puts it up there perfectly. Just the whole Christmas. Oh, he's blasted his website since then. Guys, check this website out. Whenever if you're a scroller, he does great videos as well, obviously. But he does very thorough decodes that you can see with your own eyes. You can listen, that's one thing, but when you actually see what they report with your own eyes, the headline paired with the gematria, paired with the context and the matching gematria to the context, it just opens so many more doors. Let's see, man, they, like we said, they've been hammering us with stories because
Yeah.
this was not that long ago. Was it already on? Dude, when I last checked, he hadn't put all his Jimmy Carter stuff up yet. And I saw his Christmas. Yeah, because this was after. So where's like the second page? Let's just try it. Am I tripping? Maybe it was just his video on the Panama Canal. Dang. But yeah, like you were saying that, Trump says 38,000. The main takeaway, I wanted people to be able to see it, but 110 years, 38,000. It's oops. That's the bread and butter of what he was talking about. Sorry for that detour. I thought I could go find his post that was better, but I think he just mainly has a video out on it. But if you wanted to check it out, it's right there on the screen. But
Yeah, that 11038 always coming together.
Especially on these, you think about these are energy harvesting holidays. These are, down to the money. A consumer holiday is energy harvest. That money, that fake piece of paper, that represents a whole lot more than just the work you put into that piece of paper and your willingness to give it away for next to nothing. That is an energy harvest in and of itself. But then you add all the pageantry and all the, the worship, you don't even know you're worshiping things. Like take Easter, for instance. People have no idea about the roots of Easter or the Scandinavian roots of Easter or Ishtar or any of those things. They just it has to do with Jesus coming out of a tomb. Hey, Mr. Bunny, wait, what? What are you talking about? Oh, it's the spring equinox, you dipshits. It's a fertility holiday. That's why they use a rabbit to represent it. Because if you know anything about bunnies, they can get it, and that was my nickname. And I'm just joking, but no, they can have a lot of bunnies quickly. Children, I'll say that. Keep it PG, and that's all, folks. But anyway, but so yeah, it's there's a lot more to it, but yeah, the energy harvest of Christmas as a whole, and all holidays, but obviously this is being a huge one. How many people go to church for like the whole, for 3 days during the holidays. They're going in there and they're tithing, they're giving more money, more untaxed donations to the untaxed church for them to not do anything for the communities. It's a whole cycle of harvest, and it actually goes back to an ancient idea about like religious philosophy too, about how the priests basically they hold the secrets and they steal. They're thieves. That they're known thieves, but when people are emotional beings, these things can captivate them. And, you talk about religion and you talk about, major news stories like 9/11, that John Benet Ramsey, coronavirus, these things that are, highly emotional, George Floyd, they're highly emotional for people. And the people that aren't emotional love when you're all emotional. It's so good for them when you're all emotional, and obviously all emotional. And I don't mean emotional as in like some gendered attack on anything. This is men and women are both. I mean emotional, not necessarily crying all the time. That is a factor, but it's you know quick to any emotion. Yeah, I guarantee you there's CIA training and MK Ultra training for these individuals that do the actual tests on people. They're pre-qualified to show that, just like military wise, how they turn you into a shell, and then they teach you only the operative, not what you shouldn't think about what you should do, just do. Like, you can separate that emotion out. And I think that that's a prerequisite. And when there's people who know how to manipulate emotions, and somebody who has no idea anyone would want to manipulate their emotions, that's the dangerous combination. That is not a good mix of that person is going to be taken advantage of. And like I've said multiple times on the channel, that it's as simple as door-to-door salesman. That door-to-door salesman has a leg up on you. Maybe not the rookie, maybe not the guy trying to sell knives necessarily, but like, take it, an insurance salesman, they have a psychological leg up on you. You have no car salesman. I think, they have that, people have that an idea about them, but they really don't understand the truth about it. That it's a trained practice. It is a practice to take advantage of you emotionally. That doesn't mean crying. That doesn't mean overly. It's a concept that, that's in psychological in nature, and it's a studied practice. And people need to look up these things. These are well documented, and the more people understand that, the pastors and the priests, they understand how to put you on a revolving door. They know what you're going to want to hear at what time of year, and they'll give you what you want to hear, and you'll consider it good. It's the same thing with media. It's the same thing why you get like cyclical movies that are put out all the time. Uh, this is kind of bleeding over from our conversation we had yesterday, which uh, I'll just mention real quick. We actually got to hang out in person for the first time since Portland, and it was fun. And we went on a little hike and had some food and bought an external hard drive it's for the channel. It was a work expense. Okay. I'm writing it off. I don't care. No, but I'm putting that under our LLC. But yeah, it was a good time. And uh yeah, hopefully there's, something for the channel will come of the next time that we hang out. But anyway, just wanted to throw it out there. It was a good time. Why I was mentioning it is because we talked about several different topics, and this is kind of one that we talked about. But yeah, anyway, back to the topic at hand. Sorry, I go off on these things. It's hard not to. These things all really do lead into each other, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. I mean, just like how when I was there yesterday, you're showing me around. And like you said, we were hiking, and you were showing me, all the places there and all the buttes, and the formation of Portland, and um, just kind of like seeing, what you got going on and everything, and where we're kind of at with everything, and uh, obviously, you're moving to Washougal there soon, so looking forward to that. Probably be, I don't know, the next time we meet up, if it's going to be, you're still be living in Portland, or you'd be living there, or where what we're going to do, but um, yeah, we could even do something with the channel next time too, and we're together, we can see, but um, yeah, and like I said, I think that's it's just important, people just coming together and meeting up and doing things, and I think that's what's kind of missing right now, and just all the things like I said we went over yesterday. Uh, you were showing me, we're going over stories, and talking about things and looking at things, and just all the things you see, like, when we're together, it's like how I told you. I mean, even the whole way, there and then back yesterday, the only Cybertruck I saw was that one with the Wyoming plate just whizzing by and stuff. So it's just amazing what you see when you're out and about, and just
I had some
taking a
fun
2-hour
playing Count
blast
Tesla.
somewhere.
Like Teslas are the new Beetles, Volkswagens.
Yeah, it's amazing all the Teslas we're seeing and seeing how your area is compared to mine, and it's crazy too, because it's like, you think about, we haven't seen each other in 4 months. That's almost half a year. How fast the time is moving. And it's just something, I think about where we're going to be 4 months from now. It's just why I keep thinking about, where are we going to be 4 months from now.
Yeah, first trimester of the next year, we'll see where we're at, and hopefully, we're just able to grow and grow and grow, not necessarily with numbers or anything like that. I think, we've talked about this as well. Of course, it'd be nice to see that people are resonating with the message, or even just resonating with the discussion, with the conversation. Like that's another big thing too. I think, just normal conversations that more off, are able to bring up abnormal, quote unquote, abnormal topics. That's what has to happen. People need to hear people talking like us. Like they don't need to agree. They just need to hear enough people talking like us to begin to normalize it in their head. We're all programmed. We all have our, hardwired programming into our subconscious. And I'm not necessarily blaming anyone for that. I've lived my whole life pretty much up to this point, up until, relatively recently in my life, walking around bumping into stuff, just thinking that my life was to work. Oh man, I don't have enough money this month. Should I get more money this month? Oh, I should, it's just the same crap everybody else everybody else is into, and there's a different version of it, the same trials and tribulations that the pauper is going through is what the prince is going through. These temporary things that we give credence to, and we venerate, like we were mentioning when King Richard was on the podcast, that, you turn the lights off for a week. The prince and the pauper are going to, be, in the same search for the same food. They're going to be they're going to be fighting over the same pack of ramen. They
Yep.
so it's when we can tear down those walls before the event takes place, I think that's important. So even though I'm just talking about a conversation, we do have to start inching forward, and it sucks that we can't just make huge steps at a time. But knowing we can't make huge steps at a time, don't give up. Let's start making small steps forward. Let's start dragging our pant leg. If that's the least we can do, let's just drag our pant leg until eventually we're like, all right, let's lift our foot at least. All right, let's, put my toe an inch forward. And eventually we'll, hopefully we'll be running with enough people to, truly make an honest difference, because yeah, that's what it's going to take. And to do it in small groups, obviously I'd love to see this happen in my lifetime without a cataclysm, and not I'm not talking about a natural cataclysm. I'm talking about what they have planned for us. You know, I'd love to see, humanity galvanize before it's turned into The Walking Dead or whatever Fallout, whatever show you post-apocalyptic hellscape you want to base your future on. It's coming. So the race for us, for people like us, is, can we even stop it? I mean, it's rough. People, the responsibility to even think about what to do moving forward is rough. Whereas the average person is just like waiting for their newest Taylor Swift CD to come out. Yeah, you put those things on a scale. Yeah, one looks a lot more appealing than the other. For me, it'd be figuring out how to get, because I Taylor Swift can fuck off, but something I like, something I would like, you know, anything that you personally would like, paired up against the responsibility that you realize that you have. Every single person in this world has a responsibility. How many people are even know they have it, let alone how many people are doing anything about it? It's staggering. We're at such a deficit that you will notice it's almost, it's kind of like, it reminds me of NFTs. You know how the draw of NFTs, which hopefully it dies for good, because I know it's like, I hate to even bring it up to be a voice saying those three letters in a row, but the whole draw of it was be the first, it make it a thing by being here, by coming in and being a founder of it. Basically, you signing up, you'll be a founder. Well, that's what this is. Like, I almost feel like I'll be on Mount Rushmore when this when this thing finally takes off. Me and you are going to be on the Mount Rushmore, just
Yeah.
because there's so few people. It's actually insane. If you get it, if you come in within the next, 3 months, you're guaranteed a founding position. It's like, holy shit, we're so few that's almost a selling point, you would think, for some people. Then again, you don't want egotistical people that do it just for the title. Obviously, I'm not doing it for the title. This is a, you know, made up.
Yeah. And it's like, and shout out to King Richard, came on tonight, and I know
Absolutely.
he's, shout out to him and his, great conversation with him, and we had brought up some brief things we've talked about in all of our episodes and gone over some stuff, but there's so much to talk about, and we've talked about so much things in all of our episodes, and it's like, and I've talked about it too, where shout out to King Richard, only being 22, he's young, and like I always say, I can't imagine being any younger, and because like he said, tonight, he didn't even, I it's like I'm coming in the world, Kurt Cobain dies here, I come into the world, the internet, and then the internet comes up right after I'm born, and I was around for 9/11, but I was just a kid, I was just 6.5, but I was turning 25 for COVID, and then it's like then you have, um, COVID happens, and you know now it's like 4 months from now, I'll be 30 years old. I'll be, 4 months from today, I'll be my 30th birthday, April 29th. Um, you know, and I'll be in my 31st year, I'm in my 30th year right now. But, I remember being King Richard's age, I remember being, 22, and, Trump reading the snake poem on my birthday and all that crap, and, how bad that was. And, it's just, I've been trying to talk to people, like he brought up tonight, talking to people, and saying things to people, in person and stuff, and I've been trying to do this for the longest time too, and I've been doing it for so long. It's you know and I go back to, like I said, when I was like 17, 18, 19, you know 20, 21, just like talk to people every day, trying to, like, and to see where people are at. It's like, if you were to take a chart, or a tally, like, how many of these people have caught on, and, like, for me talking about this stuff, like, for over a decade now, all the stuff, I was talking, telling about Jamaj, I was telling about everything. It's like, okay, how much did these people really gain and catch on? And, where are people really at? Because, just like I said, in some ways, it's like, it just seems like it's just getting worse, you know? So it's like, we're up against something. It's like you said, yeah, how many people, can you reach? And then, we're trying to reach people. We're trying to motivate and inspire people, so it's like, you have to find, even, like I said, for a community to build, community and stuff. It's like, in someone like King Richard, he's not too far away. He's like Northern California.
I was
I'm
thinking about that.
watch,
We're kind of
we're
like
all
a
kind of,
gematria sandwich,
yeah, we're all kind
Zach
of like,
included.
yeah. So we're all kind of near each other out here. So we're kind of a, a group, but, it seems like there should be, 1,000 people easily, like, or thousands. It should be thousands. I mean, it should be how many people. It's like I say, it should just be people that, can come together on just some kind of common, um, ground, and it shouldn't even be, like I said before, it's not that, whether you agree with me, or you agree with us, or what we talk about, or not, or, you disagree here, you don't like this, you don't like that, it should just be just the common, like, knowledge, like, where people are at, like, it's like everything going on. I mean, it's like, because otherwise it's like, you know, for what they have coming. I mean, you know, and I've been looking around too, you know, it's just like, you know, are people, you know, does it seem like people are going to be, you know, how much are people just going to lock down again if it comes down to that? But it's like, you know, now it's like they're just right now we're being hit with so many stories that, you know, and I know there's a reason too. Like I said, you know, the start of the calendar, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you know, it's WTF, what the fuck, you know, I'm sure it's going to be a what the fuck the first 3 days, you know, of the calendar year, and then you get to April, and then they're probably really going to turn it on when the year really starts. That's how I feel, and I feel like the year of 2025, you know, and for us in this channel is huge, and for humanity, because it's like I feel like we're at the pinnacle right now, to make a comeback if there is a comeback, because it's, you know, and there has to be enough people that you know, we have to find more people that just, you know, and it doesn't have to be even just a pound pavement or, you know, come together, but there just has to be just more people than what there is. And, you know, it's just weird, you know, it's like I said, you know, we just have our little group out here, but, you know, these are, you know, decent sized areas, you know, I mean, it's not like we live in like small towns in the middle of nowhere, you know,
Mhm.
so we should be able to find and pinpoint, you know, more people. And it's like even the people, you know, at the gym, true. I've tried talking to people at the gym, you know, I'm trying to, you know, get more people, you know, even into this, see if they're, you know, into if they want to watch our channel, you know, if they're got something to say, you know, it's like because there's only so many chances too you get to really meet people and stuff and talk to people all day long too, you know. So it's like um you know, that's the other thing. They keep us busy. They keep us distracted. You know, we all got our own lives.
Of course.
So, you know, I mean, if we could get bigger groups to go pound pavement, that would make, I think, a lot more of an impact, which is really what we need. But yeah, I just think that's what it comes down to, you know, because we have to find a way to, you know, like with all these stories right now and all the fear they're pushing, you know, and I brought up so many things, you know, to, you know, the way the sports are right now, to the way, you know, what they're setting up for in 2025 here, you know, just how they're lining things up, that, you know, they're definitely showing something massive happening or transitioning, you know, and it very well could be, you know, they do go with the fake Trump assassination or something. They finally pull it off supposedly, and Trump just exits stage left, and then boom, they or something like that, or, you know, whatever they're going to do, you know, or if it's, or maybe like I said, I feel like Trump's going to be could be the last president, you know, especially with, you know, supposedly Pope Francis being the last pope, you know, according to prophecy. So I feel like that's, the basics for people to understand, is just see that we're living out a script, just the finest ends of it, you know. I mean, these plane crashes right here should be, you know, kind of evident of that, you know. Oh, look now, you know, look at this now, you know, look all the death right now, you know. It's like, go figure, right? Christmas, death, Jesus, the rebirth, supposedly, you know, it's like, and this stuff happens all, you know, all the time. I mean, it's, you know, there's nothing new under the sun. This is why people should understand, you know, like we, you know, the holidays happens all the time. You know, we go through this, and, um, you know, and you just got to look at like, you know, it's interesting too, because you have, you know, all this stuff with the drones right now too, and the orbs. So that's kind of interesting too, because now you have the planes, drones, orbs, you know. Oh, the bird's gonna hit the plane. You know, there's gonna be a, so
Bird
now you get
strike.
that, yeah, the bird strike. So now you got, you know, is that a mockery on, you know, this, the bird flu, or is that like a, you know, a mockery on like planes just crashing, or it's like, where are they going with this? It's like they're really trying to, you know, I think we're in for a real interesting next, I think the month of January, you know, maybe will be more turbulent than maybe I think, but we still got, you know, about 48 more hours till the new calendar year here. So it's like, you know, I'm interested to see what they're going to pull on the 30th, 31st.
Can't imagine it's going to be very quiet.
Yeah, that's what I
Up
mean. I
until
think
New
they're,
Year's when the fireworks. There's, you know, this is their week of fireworks. They like to
yeah,
do their fireworks all the last week of the calendar year.
yeah, I'm doing them in more ways than one. That's for sure.
Uh, Yeah, interestingly too, it's just like I was thinking about like correlations too. You're correlating the, these are all aerial events. You're talking about the orbs, the UFO news that has been hitting our airways the last month. More than that, but heavy the last month. And
Bird
they're
flu in
acting like
there.
they're getting so close. They're so close to giving us all of the details. It's like, just do it already. What this? It's so obvious that they like to drag these things out. Is like it's some sort of sitcom, like it's some sort of uh, like it's a soap opera. It's just
Yep.
I had to watch them with my mom when I was a kid, but that's how they do it. It's just like the cliffhanger every episode. Every episode is a cliffhanger. There's no just like normal lead into the next episode. But anyway, um, but I was just thinking how they call it a bird strike that potentially had some effect on that. What was it? It was the Korean. Yeah, the Korean airline, the Jeju
Yep.
crash. But then you think they call them drone strikes. That Obama's pretty famous for those. Well, so is Trump actually, right? But yeah, Obama, issued the most drone strikes of any president. Uh, but it's interesting they call both things a strike. Both things that are flying up in the air, one being natural, one, yeah, and then there's the whole correlation where people saying that birds have been drones for a while. Not all birds, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying that. And I think we've maybe spoken about that, but it's like if you were going to, it's a good idea. I I would make a robot bird. In fact, you watch enough cartoons, you see the villains do that quite often. I've seen it in multiple cartoons where it's just like it shows the villain spying with the little bird will have their little telescoping eye go out and it's just like tweet, 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 tweet. But it's a robot. Yeah, I mean they've done that multiple times. So it's just weird correlation. I was just thinking that you have one because I mean, a drone may have been involved in that whole thing. They say Russia shot it down. That they have proof that Russia shot it down. Vladimir Putin even apologized, but didn't even say that he was the one who did it. He just said, like, "Oh, sorry, it happened, guys." But he didn't say they even shot it down. He was just like, "Sorry, it happened to you." It's almost like a backhanded way of saying it. Um, but yeah, they're saying Russia shot it down potentially inadvertently, but they were also jamming uh their their computer, their electronics, that they like EMP'd them and shot at them from the ground. The Kazakhstan airliner, and then I think both being Boeing's actually. I know the Korean one was yeah, no, the both of them were Boeing's. I'm pretty sure. Let me see here.
737. Surprised it wasn't the 747. Yeah, and then the one today, I mean, there's 181 people supposedly, and then 179 people died. And it was the two pilots. Apparently, they were uh, pulled away from the record, survived.
Or it was a pilot and stewardess, right?
Yeah, I think
Or was it both pilots? I
could
thought
have
they
been
said there
pilots.
was because I no, no, you might be right. Hold on. I might have read it wrong. I thought they said a 33-year-old stewardess survived. Yeah, this is the Boeing right here. Proving the point, Boeing on the ongoing list of Boeing's failures. I mean, like I said, guilty by association. You have their stories that get you in your subconscious to say Boeing bad, like the people flying out the window, the things that are their fault, the whistleblower that says that they're just putting planes together willy-nilly with missing parts, don't even care. They're just paying off inspectors. They're not even like making sure they're air ready before, selling them for their shareholders. And this is separate from that. This isn't this doesn't have anything to do with that necessarily, but boom, Boeing, and you're just like, oh, Boeing, more bad. And you wonder with Boeing has huge contracts with NASA, with up there with Jet Propulsion Laboratories, who are at the forefront of cryogenically freezing you, by the way. These upper echelon companies, they have their fingers in all sorts of pies, if you will, cookie jars. I'm trying to see. Let me just look up survivors. Yeah, it says to survive. Okay, so I swear I read somewhere that they were saying a 33-year-old. Sorry, I don't know if you have anything else to add while I'm looking for this. My bad. Should have done a little bit more. I didn't put a slide together on this one.
Yeah, this one was just recent.
Oh, here we go. A 33-year-old flight attendant. When I woke up, I had already been rescued.
It's got to be 33.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Lee, 22, like plane crash. Was it plane crash? Maybe not plane crash. Maybe I shouldn't just say that willy-nilly. It was... Well, I know planes is 22. Oh, planes and crash, right? So you have Lee, the survivor of a crashed plane.
Yep. Yeah, Jeju Airlines equals 52. It's got the 83 reflection of 38. Jeju Airliner equals it's got the 60 and the 84. I mean, just look at the name Jeju. It's got the 46, like sacrifice, the 10. So you get the Satan, you get the 62, the 26. You got the reflections there. And then it's South Korea. Jeju Airlines equals 133. South Korea equals 133. South Korea also equals 56. Of course, it's in Asia. Asia equals 33.
Like that survivor.
Yep.
I imagine Lee is a pretty common last name, and not to offend anybody, but I think I'm speaking fact that Lee is a very common surname or last name in most Asian, or a lot of Asian.
Yeah, and look at the gematria of airport. It's got the 97, the 43, and then it's got the 92 and the 47. And then you got plane crash, the 97, 43, the two overlaps to start. And this was at an airport. So you'll figure it would crash at the airport, all that lining up. And it'd be in the month of December equaling 55 like Satan. It's got the 44 like kill. It'd be on a Sunday. Austin.
I hate to be a wet blanket, but
Sunday equals 33 too.
I'm just going to be honest. I've seen too much crap to what is going on here? What is this, a children's blanket? And are they propping this guy's legs up with a duffel bag? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
What is going on in this picture? This is staged if I've ever seen a staged picture. And this guy was apparently one of the survivors of the crash? And he just put a blue blanket on him?
Yeah.
this isn't any kind of medical blanket. First of all, why are you cold? Like, is that even a thing? Why does he need a blanket?
Yeah, and why would you just lift his legs like that?
It's
You
just on
know
a crappy
that
little duffel bag. I'm sorry, man, but this is just so dumb. I'm surprised they don't have the back down on this with some numbers. They like to do that. What's the temperature? What was his blood pressure? You zoom
yeah.
in on that, it's like 201. It's like, oh shit. Yeah, and obviously I don't know Korean, but numbers, transcend language, as people should know by now. Oh, so they're saying both women survived too.
Hmm.
So apparently that's a woman, and good luck being able to tell. Like what?
Yeah.
That's just crazy. Transparency is insane with reporting nowadays. I like. What am I watching? Am I watching some South Korean porn here? I
Yeah.
don't know if you know this, but they like blur all the faces. Anyway, my friend told me. All right, I guess they do that.
It's the ring.
Yeah, coup, huh? Seoul being the capital of South Korea too. Koo reportedly sustained injuries to her ankle and head. Is that worth reporting? If the head injury was serious, they would just say the head injury. They wouldn't say she really hurt her ankle, but she's going to need brain surgery within the next couple of weeks because she sustained, a massive abrasion on her skull. You wouldn't say anything about the ankle. Why is it her? She twisted her ankle getting off of the, putting her on the gurney. We dropped her and she hurt her ankle. So why are you reporting about her ankle? A bird strike likely set off the disaster. That's a headline. That's a headline.
Yeah.
Some AI program enjoyed writing this one. I would say, I mean, look at it. They just bold letters. Anyway, Jew, the aviation official. The aviation official's name is Jew. All right. Okay, man. All right. All right.
What else
Sure.
would it be?
All right. Oh, yeah. Seoul. Of course, the 81 being a reflection, but they got the 27 in there. Sorry, I was thinking of that Asan Medical Center. That seems like it has enough words to equal something. 66. I'm trying to think of.
Yeah, it was the Muin International Airport. Muin equals 49.
Oh yeah, the airport's name.
If you're at Muin
Just tell
Airport,
me
it equals
yeah. How do you spell it?
MUAN, and that
Oh,
equals.
that's it.
Yeah. You got the 56 there.
Well, that's not a good sign. All these 56 all over this
Yeah.
bird strike crash, this bird caused disaster. And in the meanwhile, these are the things we talk about.
Yep.
With hindsight, you can see all these things clearly. But when it's happening right now, this is where you'll see something like this and you'll say, "Ah, shit, what are they about to do?" Because this is the butterfly effect butterfly effect happening right before your eyes. In coronavirus, it was a Wuhan Chinese bat. Well, that little bat that was eventually proven not to have anything to do with it, that lab leak, let's call it that, you know, look at what that sprung in a country across the world, in America. Look, obviously it hit all countries and blah, blah, blah. I'm not trying to say I'm not superiority complex with America. Trust me. I could care less about that. But the point remains, like, look at what they were able to do because of it. So we talk about a bird strike crashing a plane and being the largest tragedy in South Korea. And look at all the 56 is attached to it. Well, that was the most common played number I mean, it's obviously a Society of Jesus number. If anyone doesn't know that, that's the key takeaway with the 56. But it was all over the coronavirus, which if you were tuning in for the King Richard segment, we covered, there's always more to cover with the 56 train, Gavin Newsom, all that stuff. But
All seeing eye and
exactly. But this is kind of like that, where those correlations play, and how something that seems completely unrelated, you're starting to see how it relates to events happening across the world. We have bird flu outbreaks here. So just think about the dichotomy. Now you're going to have Asian countries saying that they caught a pandemic that originated in America.
yep.
After, you're going to see the propaganda wheel turn out, and you're going to see Kim Jong-un talking about sanctions on America. Just wait. Just wait. He's itching to do that, according to the narrative. Him and Putin
Right,
are
because
just itching.
the Russians shot down the other planes. Now we got now the Asians
Got
here.
a
See, oh
Korean
my
and a
God.
Russian story.
Yep.
Dude, and then at the same time, the next, the ongoing big story is the potential breakout of bird flu in America. So keep in mind, people, this is how these narratives build. We are watching a story crescendo. Before you know it, you're going to be wearing a mask again and be like, oh, what were Austin and Logan talking? Oh, shit, they did it again. You're not even going to know they did it, because you're just going, it's so easy to get swept away in these stories. But when you can understand that, the connectivity of it all, you can see through the bullshit and not participate in it. I think there's a lot of people, I think there's something I'm sure going to be rolling out in South Korea because of this tragedy. I'm sure everybody in South Korea is going to be paying twice as much for flights, at the very least, just the immediate damage it did in canceling people's flights. And, people don't like to think about that. They think everyone thinks that they're the center of the universe. And when American flights are canceled, that's the biggest deal in the world. Well, flights get canceled everywhere. It's not fun for anybody. And it also kind of, I think, highlights our reliance on air travel, like
Yep.
that we don't hold these companies to a higher standard, and this is what we get because of it. It's not like we directly affect it, but we do directly affect it in the fact that they're even able to exist because we give them the demand or the supply, or one of the, we supply the demand, for lack of a better term. But yeah, just wait for these ripples to form a cohesive story across the world, just like, you know, coronavirus did.
Yeah, I mean, just look at, like I said, airport, it's got the 97, the 43, plane crash, 97, 43. And I guess too, the last one they had, the Jeju airliner that crashed, or if they had an airport, I forget where whatever that was, but it was in 97 too. Or it's back in 97, I guess. So, just, putting this all together, just setting it all up here on the 29th. It's just and just like I brought up too, tonight, or what King Richard brought up too, that Jimmy Carter, dies on the 29th in Plains, Georgia. So you got Georgia, the 44 kill, Plains, dies in Plains. He was, number 39, dies 39 days after Joe Biden's birthday. So you have we got all the nines are lining up, and then just all the mockery, I mean, to go along with the story.
I think one thing he might have overlooked about his prediction is Jimmy Carter was in his 101st year of life to go with October 1st. So there's that 101. I think he
Yeah.
might have, I don't remember him mentioning that. I think he thought he kind of missed on his prediction, where he might actually be selling himself a little short. I think there is a connection there. Of course, I mean, obviously him being a president, that's another, connection to 201 too, with the inaugurations being on January 20th, 20/1, and December 29th, his death date being the 201st prime. Well, 1229 is, sorry for any sticklers, but the way you write the date, 12/29, take the slash out, 1229 is the 201st prime. There's stables of evidence showing that dates play in this process, and any mathematicians will tell you that the symbols. I mean, maybe there is something to it too. Maybe the slash is a divisible. Maybe there's even something we're missing there. That there's numbers that come up when May 6th. Maybe 5 divided by 6 has some correlation as well, because that is how you spell 5 divided by 6 is 5/6. So maybe there is something to that too. But anyway.
Yeah, and then too, and another connection, all this too, is the what I said, it was at the the Muon airport there. An MUAN equals 49, and then it was 49 years ago. They're in 1975 with the LaGuardia Airport bombing, and that was on December 29th. Where a bomb detonated near the TWA baggage reclaim terminal at the LaGuardia Airport in New York City. And then the blast killed 11 people, and seriously injured 74. So go figure, it was at 6:33 p.m. in Queens, New York. The LaGuardia equals 7438, like gematria. So you got the gematria right there. And then you got or New York, of course. New York equals 39, 78, 33, the 111. You got New York City. New York City equals 60. You got the 57. Queens is in Queens, so you got the 81, the 27. So you got the ritual numbers. You got Queens, New York's got the 66 and the 60.
Queens itself has like the ritual numbers, I remember. Makes you think about, Queens is just a title of a city, but it's, it's talking about royalty. It's talking about, Queens. So you think about the rituals, even just coronations is a big ritual. But down to like they're getting ready for a gala, they go through rituals. Daily things you do are considered rituals too. But what I'm talking about is like, I'm sure they have to, light 15 candles and do all sorts of like seance-y type garbage with their handmaidens, and before they ever are introduced to the public. But anyway, this, not what we're talking about. But I always thought about like Queens, New York, and how there's so many things that I think of that are like so anti what they are. Queens is this like gangster area. It's like, but it's called Queens. It's just
Yeah.
so weird to me. I'm just like, bro. Anyway.
Yeah, this is interesting too, because it was the TWA baggage reclaim terminal. TWA equals 44, like kill. It's got the 19.
Mm-hmm.
If you write out TWA baggage reclaim terminal 2, it's got the 110.
It's crazy that, sorry, I won't even bother. I was gonna say I put my keyboard to the left so I have more room on the right. And it's weird how I'm a pretty good typer, but like just moving it to the left and having my hands be at a weird spot, I keep losing my position. I have to like look at watch myself type when I don't normally don't. It's weird. I need to like get better at that. Sorry. Just thought it was funny. Yeah, this equals 110, and this was this a Christmas Story?
This was on the 29th.
Oh, okay. Okay. No.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the one that happened today.
Yeah, it's got that 49 49. This was 49 years ago. Searching to the word baggage equals 33. Terminal, terminal equals
38.
got the 38, the 52. It equals 92. It's the reflection of 29 as well. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting story how this is kind of overlapping with kind of something today, and then there's all these correlations, these incidences on, with planes or something on Christmas, and this being, basically almost 50 years ago. It's like we talk about those quarter marks, the 25, 50, 75, and 1, the whole. So it's kind of something that kind of mixes with that. I think going into 2025, it's kind of interesting. We're getting the story here too. That's kind of something I see with this. And who knows? Maybe they got something else big coming with one of these bombing terroristic, or something to do with planes or something. Seems like that's the biggest thing right now is planes. All of a sudden, at least as of this week, it's moved to planes. And maybe that's to cover up for the drones too, and the orbs or whatever.
Did you see this? Jimmy Carter is the one that handed over the Panama Canal.
Huh. That's
What
all
a coincidence.
Yeah,
What
it's all
a
coming together.
fantastic coincidence. Interesting. I'm sure Zach must have noticed this, but I once again, I've been busy, and the last 2 days I've missed his post. I'll binge watch him eventually. But I'm not up. My finger's not on the pulse of the last couple of big stories and a few celebrity deaths. I wasn't like I'm not on him as usually as I was, but I don't know if he has this or not. But if he doesn't, and wow, he signed it in his first year as president too. I think about things like that. How they move these pieces to get like their um what's the word? It's like what they wanted all along. So they have like these it's like they have it marked on the calendar. Like this has to be done by this day. So in order to do that, have your fake presidency, you have your fake vote, and you have your fake inauguration, so that early on in his presidency he can sign this.
Yep.
Because this is going to come up in 2024 when we're talking about Trump wanting to, vowing to take back control of the Panama Canal. A day after he says that, or 4 days after he says that, 4 days after he says that, Jimmy Carter dies, the one who signed it in his first year in office. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, just amazing how they do it.
The canal zone. I gotta know. That just sounds contrived.
Yeah. 44.
How many people died? You don't say. Remember when we were talking about the Great Wall? How that was almost seemed like a prison punishment because of how many people died before its fruition.
Yeah.
This is another, feat of human ingenuity that they label that, just so many people died before it ever was finished. So no No surprise, it's 9. It's 44 there. Crazy. I'll have to see if Zach knows about this. If not, I'll try to catch his next live stream or drop a comment. But I'll watch his videos first, so I'm not just one of those people he brings up. Haven't you seen my video? All right, no, I'll watch it. All right, a bunch of stupid facts no one cares about. I want to know about. Wow, they're even relating it to Jim Crow and stuff. Holy crap. And why do these look like 5 different butt plugs or something? Get out of my... Oh, I promise those aren't curated ads, okay? Don't worry about it. It was one of the most clear examples of taking a very specific U.S. racial hierarchy at a legislative level system to another part of the Americas and sort of implementing it there. What? That doesn't even seem like a cohesive sentence, let alone from a historian and author. That just sounds like a word salad to sound smart. It very much created a roadmap of inequality. Oh, shut up. So yeah, the Panama Treaties signed in 77, his first year as president. And
The big
they were ready with
77.
this story, right? They were ready with this story. I wonder how long this guy was working on this. AI was working on this story.
Yeah.
20 minutes. Proofread it real quick, put it out there. Oh, our journalists are hot on the trail of all this stuff. No, you've had this story waiting in the wings. Look at that. They posted it hours after he died. It's incredible. Why didn't they post this the day that Donald Trump made his comments?
Right. They had to get the 4 days in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's just clear evidence of them, connecting and using contrived news to, draw parallels. And it's up to us to be able to see them. And then more than just to be able to see them, we need to be able to educate our fellow man about them and then eventually stop it. Because not that I give a crap about Jimmy Carter, but just the whole idea that there's a system out there that can, I don't care. He probably was, watching all of the rituals in the corner. It was probably like a fun thing for like Hillary Clinton to, do a sex ritual with an intern or something while Jimmy watches in the corner. Like, I'm sure he's just a creep. These are all creeps. The point being, that's crazy, but it's less provable than that provable fact that they've been wheeling this guy out, a geriatric. You can tell he's almost dead anyway. And we have this weird system that like doesn't value human life. Not that they deserve to have the dignity of human existence. Whatever. Who's to say who has that? I'm not sitting here playing judge, jury, executioner, and God, but it's just that's what the system is capable of doing. Yet, you'll do nothing but venerate and just, oh, he's gone, dude. Let him go. We should be thank God. Finally,
Get them all out of there. Get them all out of there.
But yeah, it's James Carter. I mean, I'd watch out if I were you. I don't think both the Carter brothers are dead, right? It was just Aaron Carter who died. Yeah, I think Nick Carter's still alive. Or am I tripping?
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
I'm pretty sure Aaron was the one that died. Or maybe I'm tripping. Was it Nick Carter that died? No, he died. He died 2 years ago. Oh, look at that picture. Don't you love it? You gotta love it. Anyway, But yeah, Nick Carter, I think he's still kicking. Yeah, he's doing just fine.
Oh yeah.
He's born a day after, but I was. He's 10 years older, but it might seem crazy, but you know, who the hell has checked in on this guy recently? Who the hell knows where this guy's been? Don't be surprised to see a fentanyl overdose or a, you know, some sort of Matthew Perry story coming out with him recently, and they'll get
Yeah.
another Carter in the news. Yeah. Just trying to see if I notice anything right off the bat. Okay, no, not really. But yeah, a lot, like you were saying, a lot of correlations, and you know, just to have. I mean, it, it's insane how they do it. It's like it is what King Richard brought up. You know that they make fun of it in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You know, he's smoking. I think it was the mailroom episode because I did watch that show. But he, you know, he takes over a mailroom for an apartment building or something like that, and he he gets caught up in like the conspiracy of the mail, and he's like trying to track everybody's mail and why it's coming in at certain times and everything. And he just, you know, they like Richard said he's got the red thread that they like to use for those, like, you know, CSI type shows. And yeah, but you look at us, what we talked about today. You know, we didn't start correlating any of these. Honestly, I haven't looked into these more than you've brought up most of these to my attention. But you find out Jimmy Carter was the one that signed over the Panama Canal.
Yep.
He dies. Trump makes the remarks on Christmas. There was the plane crash on Christmas. There's the plane crash today. This on an anniversary, not an anniversary day. Oh no, an anniversary day of the LaGuardia airport bombing and another plane crashing. These things are unbelievably obviously connected. And the story is still unfolding. Like I said, it has not crescendoed yet. It, you know, it's sad because people don't even remember the crescendo of the coronavirus. They were so oblivious to the story playing out that they didn't even, they're not the ones to appreciate it. It's very much so what I was talking about music in that one episode. How, you know, I don't think people really truly appreciate music because they don't even understand what it's meant to do. They think it's everybody thinks that people wake up wanting to please them. They think that they are a king. There's only a few kings and queens. There's only so many people that people actually wake up wanting to please. You're not one of them. Kurt Cobain wasn't waking up saying, you know, how can I bring joy to the world? In my opinion, I see these things as people are in the groups that they're in, and they're in the positions they're in because of their subservience initially. So I'm not. I hate to, you know, cast a shadow on everything as a whole, but it's a lot easier for me to, you know, paint the whole canvas and then be told that I, you know, painted over, you know, I painted over the line here and just address that one line, because 99% of what I'm saying is true doesn't mean the 1% that I might be wrong about makes the 99 untrue. So I'm sorry if there's any artists that people would, you know, hold steadfast that they are, you know, they're truly out to do the beautiful things in the world. You can believe that and you can think that. That's fine. I just think the evidence is in on the 99%. So I I'm focusing on that more than the 1% of people that might be good. I'd rather be wrong about 1% than the 99. So that's just my preface on that. But yeah, like I was saying, the appreciation of music, people don't even know what that's all about. They don't understand the dog whistling in music. They don't understand that it's, you know, basically not for them. And uh, the effects that music has is for you. The negative effects that music plays out is for you. But the industry as a whole is built on like a self um it's like keeps itself cyclically afloat. It just keeps itself running. Anyway, getting a little off topic, but kind of plays into the whole idea of these narratives that they usher out. That, you know, I'm sure if you were to like red thread map it out, you would see that it probably makes the spiral shape or something like that. You know what I mean? If you were to like map out whether it's the date or the whatever, I'm sure it would have some geometrical shape attached to it. It's so um by the books or whatever the right term was. It's getting late.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point too, you know, where, you know, it's like sometimes it's hard to like draw the line between, you know, what's, you know, someone or something could there could be good or truth to something. There could be, you know, real legitness there. But a lot of times it can be hard to kind of, you know, tell, or maybe what you're seeing is, you know, maybe that is, you know, like it's like maybe there's parts of, you know, the truth and, you know, realness of Kurt Cobain, and that's also why he's, you know, dead and murdered. It's kind of like why you know, I brought up and I showed you that the Sean O'Hare Santa. You know, I
Mhm.
sent you that with the him being Santa at the mall there with the kids and stuff. I thought it was interesting because it's like I look back at that. You know, I was back in 2002, and it's like, you know, now all those kids are my age. You know, they're all like my age now. All these years later, so I think that's interesting when you look back at that, and um, you know, with this old devil's advocate, you know, thing, and he said that he came up with that. You know, in an interview, he came up with all that. You think, well, it's like, yeah, that's, you know, that's why you know, you didn't get, you know, pushed and become a, you know, main guy, and you know that's why they, you know, they didn't like your moves, they didn't like your move set, they didn't like what you were doing, they didn't like what you were about, they didn't like what you were saying. You know, Mr. McMahon's like, I just don't understand what you're doing here, Sean. And then you wonder why he's, you know, dead 20 years after Cobain, hanging from a bedpost. You know, just like Chris Benoit. You know, these people just end up dead, and um, how they just kind of end up shaming these people. You know, then you're going to hear, oh, you know, he was depressed, he was suicidal, he had
Mhm.
issues. It's like, well, I heard the same thing with Kurt Cobain. I hear the same thing, and it's just like, you know, so I think there is kind of a double play. I think a lot of times at hand, and I think a lot of people are just kind of made out to be this bad, shitty person when they really weren't. They were just kind of framed um, into their own death or whatever happens to them. Um, you know, it's just, and we brought up the Jimmy Carter, you know, too, with, you know, dying in Plains, Georgia. Uh,
Mhm.
there was the Paul Bamba too, the dead 6 days after
Mhm.
breaking Mike Tyson's 38-year knockout record too. It's another one of these stories. It's just like they gotta just get all these stories in this week. A lot of 38, a lot of death. Of course, it'd be 6 days. You know, six being a perfect number.
It's Puerto Rican, more than likely Catholic, dying at 35. Is that Neo? I don't know why Neo's there. If that is Neo, it does look like him. Oh, maybe Neo's Puerto Rican. He probably is. Is born in Arizona. Never mind. I mean, he still could be Puerto Rican. Anyway, it looked like I might be wrong, but no, that's Neo. Oh my god! All right, you stupid fedora.
Neo from the Matrix.
Yeah, the one. Oh, he even fought Oh, I didn't know he fought so recently. Oh, so maybe this picture is from only a few days ago. Hold up.
Yeah, Tyson just had his recent fight with doing the full moon on the full moon.
Yeah, we all needed to see that. So I do wonder why Nia. I mean, he looks like he knows he's gonna die. Am I tripping? Like this is him with the belt and he won. That's the face of a guy who just won, and it almost seems to me like this is like, oh, cool, I get to be in a picture before this picture's gonna be infamous. Like that's what the pose is for. Like these people are excited to be in the picture with the about to be dead guy. I don't
Yeah,
know. I just get vibes about that kind of stuff. And
yeah, the way they just
oh, it's right here.
set
Single
up the
Neo.
narrative.
Oh, he signed him. He was his manager. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I thought it was weird anyway, but now I'm like, wait up. All right. They're just trying to get me flagged. You stupid Gematron ads. I just think of Bam Bam too. I do think of Bam Bam. He ends up being a fighter. Neo. It was what was Paul? Close. What's his surname? Bamba's 35. I'm sure Zach had that. Dies at 35.
10 like Satan, you get the
I was gonna
19.
say Satan is 35 and 10, same cipher.
116, it's kind of like almost like 119, the 6 and the 9, just flip it upside down.
Puerto Ricans 59, like Neo. Let's see, what's Neo's name? Schaefer Shamir Smith. You know, Neo. Everybody knows his name, Schaefer Shamir Smith. It almost has his name is one letter off Chimera. That's interesting. The 103. That's his full name though.
103, 104.
Which is Schaefer. Not necessarily. What was his record? What's this guy's record?
Tyson had a 38-year knockout record.
This might not be the article for this, but it does say his last fight was against Medina, which kind of reminds you of like Medina Spirit, the
Yeah,
horse thing, which Medina equals 35.
there's the 116 again.
Satan, Bamba, and Medina all equaling 35. 46 like sacrifice. Of course, this is Medina.
28, perfect number.
Yeah, true.
For the perfect opponent.
And what day did he die? It's just oddly does not have like all of his stuff up here. It was announced Friday. I see that, but is that when he died? I'll just, does it have his death? Okay. 27th of December, so 12/27. 20. Oh yeah, I'm sure they already had. Well, that 27 played into that OG Mako guy's death too. Also the 27 club.
Yep. So I was gonna say 27 club. He's got 19 wins.
Interesting, his tattoos. See, he's from Rio Piedras. Wasn't that one of those some like Schaefer Smith's numbers? What was it? Yeah, look at that. Schaefer Smith 6066.
Yep.
Rio Piedras 6066. I noticed that oh yeah, his name is Rogelio Medina, which means what, like red or something to do with red. Ritual numbers, his first name. Interesting numbers that I'm not sure about any correlations other than the 71 being Catholic. His last name equals 46. Actually, he has multiple Catholic numbers, right? Isn't it 35 as well? Yeah, 35, 46, and 71 all play in his first and last name. And it makes sense. And like I said, most of the Spanish-speaking countries are Catholic. What was champion again? These are some of the words I kind of want to remember because they play, well, 3879. That's right. There's the reason I thought about that word. They like to kill off their champions, the gladiators, right?
Yep.
Okay, murder. 3879, same cipher. Reflection 34 in the reduction. Yeah, I mean, pair this with that image. I think it's pretty clear here that this is a sacrifice. And just wait. I mean, who knows? Maybe Neo will pop out at the Super Bowl halftime show. Special guest or something. He's in the sporting world. I didn't know that. Did anyone else know Neo was the manager of this guy until he died? Someone probably did, but like you'd probably have to like be really into it and probably also into him specifically as a fighter to know that he was managed by Neo. Very interesting. And see, he was born. Yeah, Neo was born in 79. What do you know? October 18th. But yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know how much you looked into this, but seems pretty clear to me.
Yeah, I didn't really look into it too much, so we're just kind of learning on the go.
Cool. Yeah, it seems pretty clear to me that they're I mean, yeah, it's another way of like, there's only going to be so many. I'm not going to say the word, but you know how on a plantation they'll take one of them and they'll elevate his position and he'll be in charge of the rest of them for massa. I see that. I'm not trying to sit here and say anything, whatever. Me personally, I don't care because I'm so sick of these like avoiding speech because people are so sensitive. But anyway, I see Tyson as that. There's only going to be one Tyson. Name one
Right.
other old fighter that's has his own podcast. He's on the news all the time. He's constantly being talked about. He's still fighting to this day. He's propped and elevated in all forms of media.
In movies.
Name one other fighter. Floyd Mayweather. He's not even in the media anymore. They used him and now he's gone.
Right.
I mean, but I feel, and why I'm mentioning that is because he, obviously this Bamba guy has been, further beating Tyson's record. So he's been correlated with this all along. And it's like, yeah, you might be breaking one of Tyson's records, but he's still going to go down as one of the greatest fighters to ever live. Just like Jordan, how many people have come into the NBA since Jordan that have on paper, maybe not on paper, not on paper, but, more than likely could wipe the floor with Jordan. I'm not sitting here. I'm not any kind of LeBron lover or anything like that. Or I'm not even saying LeBron is the guy that would be able to beat Jordan. I'm just saying it's pretty clear to me that multiple other guys have come into the league that would be as good or better than Jordan, or let's just say better than Jordan. But Jordan's still going to go down as the greatest because of like what he did and his like story, his narrative is the greatest. He's still kicking too. I wonder if this is the year. Some things pointing towards that.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, they pick these certain people. It's like people that, have the skills and should be, solid people that should be, considered the greatest of all time, or, a lot of people don't end up even knowing who these people are. A lot of people, just the people that should be at the top, they don't end up making it, or they end up dying or killed or something, and you see this all the time, with, whether it's music or sports or, um, anything, people that, you know, people that should be winning, people that, clearly are the best, and, there's shitty people behind them, but, you know, the higher ups have to have the problem with these people or don't like them. So they don't, they're not the main guy or the champion, not being pushed or whatever. Yeah, it's just obvious. You just see how this stuff's being, rigged, and, how it favors certain people, it's no different in any sport, it's obvious, it's why all of a sudden, Jimmy Johnson all of a sudden wins 5 championships in a row. And it's just like, you just see how that happened during that time, and then it's just like, it's obvious what it is, it's like Michael Vick just can't get that Super Bowl, Sean O'Hare, most people don't know who Sean O'Hare is, unless you watch wrestling from like 2000 to like 2004, you don't know who I'm talking about, it's
I
like,
feel like Triple H was like the obvious kind of clone they used. Like they
yeah,
took his look and essence and they made the version they wanted out of it. If that makes any sense.
yeah, because they had him, obviously,
More brand friendly or something like that.
yeah, because he, married Stephanie McMahon, supposedly, and all that, and then obviously he was the main guy and the guy being pushed, and it's like, oh well, we can't have, Sean O'Hare be champion. We can't have Sean O'Hare. We don't understand him. We can't have, Rob Van Dam or Jeff Hardy or Scott Steiner. These other people that should be, the champion or being pushed. We got to have, the same people all the time, because these are the people that, that were chosen to be, those people, and the other people that are, they're lucky if they're part of the show, or if they can even, continue to be part of the show, or they'll lose their job, or it's like, yeah, we don't like your style, even though everyone else, might like someone's style, or, everyone might, you know, like watching, Sean O'Hare wrestle. You might like watching, the way Jeff Gordon drives. You might like watching the way Michael Vick runs around, but,
I will
certain,
say this: Jeff Gordon takes a mean left turn.
yeah,
That's just my opinion.
especially in that rainbow car,
DuPont.
the DuPont.
Also, I don't know if we've talked about, but DuPont is like one of the richest families from like carryover from England.
Yeah.
They're like one of the 13 families.
Yep.
So it's
That's
people
what
who
I was
don't know
thinking.
that, they're just like, oh, it's paint, you idiot. It's car paint. It's like, no.
Yeah, that's what I always think of when I think of Jeff Gordon too, is the DuPont family. And like I said, there's the DuPont just south of where I live, just it's called DuPont, that little town of like 10,000. So I just think that's funny too. But yeah, it's just, this is how they do it, it's just this is what they do, just like there's only going to be the one Tom Brady, it wasn't going to be Michael Vick, and there's only going to be a Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson. It wasn't going to be, anybody else, it wasn't going to be, any of these other people that people don't know, there's certain wrestlers, people are going to, know because these people that they want push, people that they want to be, the
Elevated.
champion. Yeah, it's just the way it all is. I mean, this is why everything is just, it's gotten so just dumbed down and just stupid to watch. It's just, it's just no different than you watch, just how bad, it's like I said, how rigged everything is looking right now. Like how even the standings, um, for everything, you just look at like I said, with football right now, the Chiefs and trying to do the three-peat and looking to try and win the rest of the season, and then you have, whether or not, they sit Mahomes the next game and they lose that or whatever, or if they're just going to win all the rest of the games, just have the one lost all year to the Bills. Of course, have been the Bills. Could be the sign of the economic collapse right there. The Bills were the only team to beat the Chiefs. It was the Bills. It's like I
Government
said, that
shutdown,
the year,
bills.
yeah, the year the Packers only had the one loss was to the Chiefs. So it's kind of like that. You just look at the whole division right now. You got the Lions, and then you got the.
Is that a sign it's a Packers Chiefs Super Bowl?
Yeah, that might even be a possibility, depending how if it's. I think it's going to be the Chiefs and Lions, but the Vikings are in there too, and then you got. It's just how they're syncing everything up right now. They're trying to
Packers
get.
aren't out of it, right? I'll look it up while you're talking. Sorry.
Yeah, I think they're in it.
At the least, I think
And
they'll
the
make the
wild
wild
card.
card. Yeah.
Yeah, with the Vikings, because the Vikings are behind the Lions. Because I think whoever wins the next game with the Seahawks and the Rams, I think is going to be in the
NFC
playoff.
West.
Yeah.
This is the AFC. Bills, lock. Nothing to worry about there. I also want to kind of like point out, well, nah, it's not. I mean, yeah, they're gonna have quite a time in the AFC, aren't they? Chargers, Steelers for the wild card. I'm trying to remember how they, and even the Texans, and even the Bengals.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm so far out of sports recently, honestly, that I can't remember exactly how they determine the wild card. It is just by record, right?
Yeah, and it's so weird, like this year, like I said, because you're gonna have you might have three teams from the same division in the playoff.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of weird. Usually that doesn't happen, but
And that's the here we go, the NFC North, right?
yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty much unheard of. All
Yeah.
the years I watched football, this never would happen. It would
I've never
honestly
seen it
never
either.
happen. So it is rather strange. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, the head to head is actually going to be the decider next
Yeah.
week. Huh. 5-3 away, 5-3 at home. Something's gonna give there, isn't it?
Yep.
And
It's gonna be
just think about it for Seahawks fans. They're just kicking ass everywhere but their home stadium.
yeah.
Just, hey, thanks for the money, bitches. But then also think about that. Everywhere we've gone, not we, I don't give a crap. But everywhere the Seahawks have gone, they kick their ass. And it's like, how many
Yeah.
people are going to the stadium thinking they're going to lose to the Seahawks? I mean, not to say that the Seahawks are, we've actually been pretty. Obviously, it's all fake, but I'm just saying, they've been up there every year. They're still like close contenders because I see what they're doing. They're just stringing along hardcore fans. That's what they're doing. They're keeping the stadium packed with the maybe because they gave us their Super Bowl and they gave us the making the Super Bowl. Of course, we handed it on a silver platter to Tom Brady. Here you go. Here you go, Butler. Here,
Yep.
deliver this ball right to Tom Brady, and then he'll deliver his balls into your mouth, and you guys can all go together happy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we all sports are fake, guys. Don't have any emotional like attachments to this, but I think we all look like Richard Sherman after that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Marshawn, you just hit the showers early. We got this. We're on the 2-yard line. We don't need your ass. We got 3 downs on the 2-yard line with all the time in the world to score and win the Super Bowl outright. We're just gonna throw the ball a couple times. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Give it to Sean Alexander instead. He's retired already. Just give it to him. He'll run it in.
Anybody, he could have gave it to offensive lineman and scored.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have QB sneaked. I mean, legitimately too.
Half
Like
a
you could have
yard.
had
Yeah.
Russell Wilson do some sort of trick play, which would have been better than just throwing it right to the other guy. It's so funny. People think that shit's real. Incredible. But yeah, no, yeah, it's a good point. This is all going to come to a head, and you're going to have a lot of energy harvesting in these major cities because there's not stadiums not in major cities. They're where they are for a reason, and that's why you got places that you have the stadiums moving to Las Vegas, and oh yeah, I'm sure
Right.
that's a good sign. Yeah, that's a great sign for everyone should be excited for that because Las Vegas is a epicenter of greatness. It's an epicenter of like what humans should strive for. I've been there one time, and let me tell you, it's not. I was only there for a couple days, and I am fully aware of what that town's all about. But yeah, I think this, it also kind of bleeds into something I wanted to talk about. I do have like a little throwaway Christmas Day mockery story, but then it kind of bleeds into, we're talking about contrived sports and basically actors. You're talking about the boxer. In our opinion, these are all actors, and they even throw Neo out there, who was also an actor. He's been in movies as his manager, and these things. We're talking about football. We're talking about the Chiefs. They have he's an actor. He's in State Farm commercials. He might as well be Jake. I wouldn't be
He's
surprised
hurt
if
every
they
year.
make him Jake.
Every year he's hurt. He's, oh my God, I'm down. Oh my God, I'm hurt. Oh my God.
Mhm.
Then, somehow just makes it through and just, it's either he's the toughest player of all time or he's just the ultimate actor faking all
It'll
these
be in his
injuries.
memoir. It'll be in the books they write about him once he retires. This is all going to fill those pages. It's his
Yeah.
resilience, and they'll be able to say every time he's brought up, every time the Kansas City Chiefs make the playoffs, post Mahomes. Oh shit, like post Malone. Anyway,
Yeah.
anytime they make the playoffs in the future, they're going to reference. And when we talk about great Chiefs quarterbacks, we can't help but mention Patrick Mahomes. I'll tell you what, this guy was such a fighter. There was times where you thought, gruesome injuries where, he barely got touched and he like folded like a lawn chair. And you think he's out for the season? He comes back, you 15-1 by the break. It's just I can already hear it. I don't even care about sports anymore. It's just
The
that's what they
power
do.
of Swift propelled him through
Yeah,
victories for years.
yeah. She'll be on the cover of his memoir. It's just like, wait, what am I reading? Just her big feet. She's like,
Yeah.
what is this book? Why did I buy it? It's like, what happened to me? But
Taylor, you got a
anyway,
special order your shoes?
yeah, she probably wears Travis Kelce's shoes.
Yeah.
Like when she hears a bump in the night, she probably gets up and out of bed and checks, and she puts his slippers on. Ooh, these fit just perfect.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of stories that I did do a quick decode. This was earlier on in the week. I had a little bit more time. Ended up getting rather busy, and then we hung out yesterday, and I worked today. But anyway, no one cares about that crap. But I planned on having a little bit more, but then of course we had King Richard on too. So either way, this is going to be a nice episode. But I just thought this was a funny mockery of a story to show. It's kind of a highlight of how gematria works, of how it plays, even in like what seemingly a throwaway story. Not that it was a throwaway story. This storm caused a lot of devastation across this Californian coast, but this happened on Christmas. I highlight the fact right here. And where did it happen? Santa Cruz, huh? Kind
Ooh.
of it's kind of interesting. What a weird place for that to happen.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's probably a coincidence. But what caused this? Oh, a swell event, did it? Oh, what's Christmas equal? Oh, I mean, we've been talking about that all day, so you should be well familiar if you're sticking with us about Christmas and 110 and 38. But in this instance, the 133 plays as well to what they say caused this, which was a swell event. And you think about that too. I take this as mockery. A swell event. It was a swell event that they're like laughing at you. They're saying this was good. Like this is, in my opinion, this is weather warfare. And they're saying what we did worked. That we cloud seeded and we were able to cause a tropical storm off the coast of California. It was a swell event. Anyway, that's my reading into the mockery. But even without it, even if you just take it as a swell, as in like waves swelling, that's what they call them, it still equals in gematria. And then they have images of startling images of this wharf, the Santa Cruz wharf, which has been shut down for months for construction. The restroom building at the very tip of the wharf broke off and floated away, and there was people apparently on it, and two of them they both survived, but it's like shut down. And maybe they were construction workers. I don't think it even said that they were construction workers though, but there was construction equipment that got swept away into the ocean. But yeah, two people were on the wharf that got dragged out in the swell event. But you look at the gematria of restroom building. You think it's these are important things. These are no. They encode whatever they want to encode. They get their numbers out there and they make their mark. Look at 201, 84, huge numbers with the Jesuit order. Which I mistakenly did not post the Jesuit order on this for some reason. But maybe I just think people should know by now, or no. That's your homework, people. Type in the Jesuit order yourself and see what I'm talking about. But also 231 here. And that's important because the mayor of Santa Cruz is Fred Keeley. And from his birthday, May 9th, to Christmas was 231 days. What do you know? And interesting, add just a side note, a name like Keeley, we're talking about the majority of boats that would dock on this wharf are keel boats. They're, sailboats, nice sailboats. And, what's a keel, keel, Fred Keeley, as the wharf gets hit by a tropical storm. Meanwhile, Oregon's hit with another bomb cyclone. I think we didn't talk about that either, but our area got hit with they say, actually, I did notice this one. I did actually notice it was so windy the other day. It was insane. I like, does anyone know the difference? As far as it could have been a tornado and I wouldn't have known that it wasn't. It was insane outside. So
Yeah, we
yeah,
had
another
one here. I don't know if I brought it up to you or told you about it. Maybe almost like 2 weeks ago now, or it was a week ago or 2 weeks ago or something. I can't remember if it was like a Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember if it was. I thought maybe I brought it to you or talked about it, but yeah, it was super windy here too, and it was it like kept me up that whole night because it sounded like there was like a hurricane outside, like a twister, and then
exactly, dude. It was
and there
maybe
was
the loudest wind I've ever heard.
yeah, it was super loud, and there was, I mean, garbage cans everywhere, tipped
Mhm.
over all over the street. There was debris everywhere. There were trees down, power lines, um, just just a mess everywhere. Just it's crazy. It's just like yeah, I don't know in the last one you had there if that was a couple
It was
days
actually a
ago.
few days ago. Yeah, just a few days ago, and they did call it a bomb cyclone again.
Yeah, it seems like they're just
Ominous.
ripping. Yeah, it seems like they're just ripping these things up. I mean, because like when I heard the other one that came through here too, and then because I didn't think this area got hit, but then I heard apparently some places around like Spanaway and Graham, there were like trees down and like power outages and things happened there too. So I'm like, I don't know exactly what they're doing and how they're doing this stuff, and like it just seems like they just conjure this stuff up, and now it's like, you know, the ones that might seem, they'll tell you, oh, cyclone bomb, and then they'll like draw it up, and then it won't really be anything, or you'll just be like stuck in the eye of it. But the ones that you don't hear about are going to be devastating. Like I didn't hear anything, and there was that big
Good point.
windstorm, and I'm
Yeah,
just like,
that's a
where's
good
that?
point.
Where'd that come from? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, no, really good point. Didn't think about it from that angle. Yeah, they super hype up a cyclone bomb for the Pacific Northwest, and I'm waiting for it, and nothing happens. But they still gave you the stories about like random places, down power lines or whatever, or like a tree broken across the highway. That's about it. So yeah, very interesting. But yeah, the lead in I was talking about earlier with Hollywood and the actors on the world stage. This one hit my. I just noticed it off the side. It was like I wasn't even searching for news or anything. It's like on the Windows tab of your computer. When you like click the Windows tab, it'll pull up like the weather, like maybe a sports thing that's going on, and like a quick headline. And this was the headline. And the only reason it caught my eye is because this particular movie, it ends with us. So this chick flick type of movie, it it blasted my YouTube. Every video I watched, I had to sit there and watch a 45-second clip of like a non-skippable ad of this movie. And so I was super familiar. I felt like I watched this damn thing. And it's about, just from the 45-second excerpt, I knew what the whole movie was about pretty much. And it has this guy, the Justin Baldoni, his character, um as like the first, like, I love at first sight with her, but then she sees a bad side of him and blah blah blah. Stupid. I mean, I guess explaining the plot is a little relevant to my decode, only because what I see happening is they're just slapping people in the face by basically the plot of the movie is playing out in real life. It's legitimately so ridiculous, but it will branch off into something else I want to quickly talk about before we wrap this thing up. It has to do with like Hollywood as a whole and just how we allow these obvious evil people to hold any weight in our society. But we'll get to that maybe a little bit after the initial decode, because I think it is a pretty interesting decode for something that seems maybe like a throwaway who cares type of topic, which I normally would say this is a who cares type of topic. But the more I looked into it, I can see them issuing out this could be this has more far reaching implications than just this stupid movie, is my point. I think it has a lot of connections with, similar to the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp thing. If you think those stories were just to, you know, throw them out there, no, these things come about from these stupid stories that people shouldn't care about. These tabloid news stories, they still cause real world effects, whether it's in law or whatever. But just some funny things is, because I don't really care about this, but I end up decoding it, and what do you know? Um, the studios that this guy, he's the director of this movie. He's also the lead actor. Mr. Baldani works for Wayfarer Studios. Well, what does Wayfarer Studios equal? Oh, 201, 69, 93. Seen those numbers before. A la Order of Illuminati, a la Jesuit Order. He's from Sweden, which is a highly Masonic, has high, like, super Masonic roots. A lot of people think about England and stuff like that, but some of the grandest of the lodges are in Sweden and Scandinavian countries. But I don't think necessarily the Scottish rite, but still Masonry. Anyway, but then even his name, Justin Baldani, 201, 51 like conspiracy, 84 like the Jesuit order. So I mean, it's evident. So just keep that in mind, that this, realize what this guy, the dog whistle that they're using for this particular character on the world stage. They're imprinting their numbers on him. And then you have Blake Lively over here, or Blake Brown, as I'm sure she's colloquially known in her hometown or when she was growing up. Hey, Miss Brown. Well, now she's Blake Lively, or even more so, she's Blake Reynolds. But and I guess I can talk about that too. The fact that she doesn't even go by her married name. Like, that's another part of Hollywood that is just creepy. But think about the name of the movie. I know it's just a throwaway movie, right? But think about this. This is a Jesuit story. And the name of the movie is It Ends With Us. People will be like, "Oh no, they're talking about her and Justin's character, and just the end of just this relationship." It's like, no, okay. Well, from where I'm sitting, this is like almost a threat. It's a veiled threat. So I highlight here that the release date of this movie was August 9th. Otherwise, written 9/8 in most of the world, 9/8. And her husband, Blake Lively's husband, is Ryan Reynolds, for those that didn't know, and his full name, Ryan Rodney Reynolds. It's like, damn, somebody watched a little bit too much Sesame Street. His parents did. Yeah, his name equals 98, like 9/8. And you see here the movie title. It ends with us, 54, 153, 72, like Jesuit order. But then also you have Emily Foxler, and if you're wondering who that is Justin Baldani's original name, pre-marriage name, or maiden name, whatever it is. She went by Emily Foxler, and she has the Jesuit order numbers. Why that might seem arbitrary, but she's in the movie. She plays a character in this movie as well. He directs his own wife in this movie. Now, you might be wondering, who cares? Do you just like this movie or something? Well, no, this has been the subject of scandal, because apparently this guy, and I'm not trying to be a tabloid news thing either. I will explain the context of why I even saw this, but not that I care about any of this necessarily. Just I'll get to it. But this character, Justin Baldani, he's the director, and him, along with the CEO of Wayfarer Studios, are being sued for misconduct and sexual harassment by Blake Lively, because apparently he would bring friends on set when there were scenes where she was going to be less than clothed. I'll put it that way. And so he's just bringing his homies down to watch the scenes. He was constantly, I guess, talking about his junk to her. And keep in mind, there's no way he doesn't know that she's married to Ryan Reynolds. Never mind to Ryan Reynolds, just married.
Yeah.
He's married. His wife is in the movie. She's on set with him. So that just keep these things in mind. This is an average Hollywood set. These people are disgusting. I'm not saying this whole story is not contrived. I do think it is contrived. But my point being is, even then, this is stuff they're willing to disclose to you, even if it's not true. Is that I feel like it's a litmus test to say, are people going to rebel against this type of behavior? Are they going to say that this is unacceptable? Should we not be venerating these characters, even if we like movies, even if we like drama, even if we like this and like that? Should we stop holding up these, which at the end of the day, the CEO of Wayfair is the actual lead actor. If you really want to think of it that way, he's the one that benefits most from even the infamy of movies, is these CEOs of these studios. But anyway, back to my point. So yeah, there's all this scandal. Ian Ryan, why he's in this, apart from just being her husband, he's included in the story as well, because he apparently had a sit down meeting with Justin Baldoni and the CEO, and had to write up like a written statement to say, hey, stop talking about your dick to my wife and stop bringing your friends to look at her in the nude scenes. But that's all. Carry on. Continue to stick your tongue down her throat. Continue to fondle her in all your scenes that you direct in front of your wife. Your wife, who's also in the movie, gets to watch you do this with a character of your choice. I'll also add like a small caveat. This is just a bucking trend, I believe. They like to throw archetypes of women at us. And right now, the skinny blonde is the hot, trending. Think of the Barbie movie. Even Joker has, not that I would say Lady Gaga is any kind of like sex symbol in my opinion, but you see what they're doing. Harley Quinn is, and you can just see that. I'm not a movie buff either. I haven't been to a movie in ages, but just wanted to point that out there, because like we were talking about earlier, the cyclical nature of how they, how a preacher will give you a certain Bible verse of in a certain time of year to keep you on that clock. They do the same thing with our media as well. And right now it's on skinny blonde girl time. But anyway, so yeah, the Jesuit fingerprints all over this story, and it does have real world implications, because this is a lawsuit, so this is gonna meet the court of law, and anytime that happens, it opens up precedent, the chance to set precedent. What does sexual harassment equal? What does the nature of a manager employee, relationship entail? Like, and you're going to have these things dictated down to you from fake people. They're going to use this fake story as who knows, maybe you make a joke to one of your employees. These things are always on the table for normal folk. This guy's going to be just fine. Blake Lively's going to be just fine after this. But if you make what is deemed inappropriate joke, this is male or female. If you make an inappropriate joke and it's perceived in a certain way, there could be now that perception could be potentially pursued in court. So I think that there's real world implications that actually could affect you. But other than that, the main thing I want to talk about is just the Hollywood as a concept, and the idea that a married man is the director of this movie. His wife is also an actress in this movie. A married woman is an actress in this movie. Her husband is also an actor in Hollywood. Why does why is the precedent of art why is it more important than the sanctity of marriage? And I already know the answer. I trust me, guys. I'm not. These are rhetorical questions. These are for you to think on, because these are arranged marriages. These are fake things. My point being is what they give you, what the stories they give you, what they show you, is evil. there's a million actresses, there's a million skinny white, never mind white even. There's a million blonde chicks that are, I'm sure, just as pretty or prettier, that could act just as good or better as her, that aren't married. As same goes for him. He's the director of the damn movie. Why, yet you're going to have sex scenes with another woman in it? With your wife on set? It's like, okay, it's art, it's a movie. How do you, never mind this all being fake? Like I said, like, think of this in real world terms. Say that you are an actor or an actress, and how do you reconcile that when you go home? How, he grabs you up and just like starts kissing you, and it's just like, wait, that's the same way he kissed her on set. Like, that's weird. Like, I mean, not to say that we should all be insecure or anything like that, but at the same time, I think it just highlights the evil nature, the non-human nature of Hollywood. That there should just be things in place. There should be, not to say you have to be religious or anything like that. And to each their own as well, even in real life. I just think it's odd that they push it, that they put stories out here like this, that it just seems so unnecessary. Is this guy the hunk that needs to, not only, first of all, you're already the director. Why don't you have a different actor play the main character? It's not like he wrote the book that it's based on. It's based on a book. It's not like he's the author of the book and he puts himself in the movie. No, he's just the director. Why is he also the lead actor? Why is that necessary? When he's married and his wife is in the movie, why would you? I mean, I can go over this a million times. Like I said, these things are contrived, and they're used to sway our perceptions of things. And you know I'm not trying to push the traditional way of marriage or anything like that, but I definitely would push that more than I would ever push whatever evil things that they're pushing. Because just as a human, just as humanity, this is a bad look, and it's prevalent in Hollywood. It's, they're all about it. They're all about their, you know, it's one thing to know that these are all arranged marriages, but even from the outside looking in, and say you don't know, think about all of the, what I'll call rituals, but think of all of the stories they've given you about, you know, the couples that, the revolving door of couples. Think about, all the marriages, and they get divorced, and before you know it, they're married to another celebrity, and the other celebrity's married to this other celebrity. And the more famous ones like Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, how Angelina Jolie was with uh like the bad Santa actor guy, and Brad Pitt was with, what was it, like Jennifer Aniston, right? Something, yeah.
Something like that.
But and more than that too. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying, they're on these revolving doors. There's more stories than that too. Ben Affleck, J Lo, all this garbage. But I think it's worth a review for people to look inside themselves. People that might still be under the spell of Hollywood, which we can get. I was telling Austin too, because I was giving him some context on this, and I didn't want him thinking that I mean, because I think it's worth a whole episode, Hollywood, an episode, because there's occultic stuff. Obviously, everybody should know at least the inkling, the little bit in. To, stick your big toe into the water of what Hollywood is and represents, and how it's Luciferian, satanic. I know these are words that I'm not trying to give you. Don't just imprint your perceptions onto that word, but they are, and they're very ritualistic. They use forms of magic, whether or not you want to believe in magic as like a Disney waving your wand type of spell, or what they view magic as, which is either black magic, white magic, or we talk about gematria here on this channel all the time, and that is a form of magic. That is a tantra is another form of what I would say maybe an older term for like spoken word magic, spelling, spells type of stuff. Anyway, so yeah, like I'm trying to say that preface that's a whole episode in and of itself. But yeah, never mind all of the occultic nature of Hollywood. What it represents in our daily lives. I think we need to start assessing, realizing that it's garbage, and breaking away from that. And once maybe once people's eyes are off the screens for, I'm talking about the movie screens, for a couple weeks, because it just gets so contrived and they start to see through it because of you know stories like this, maybe they can snap out of it. Maybe some real information can take hold in their brain, and it's not just their brains aren't just so filled with clutter and garbage like this.
Yeah, and this is like a perfect story for, and just, look at her name, Blake Lively, Lively, so lively, it's like, look at these names. Uh, it ends with us, just what they're doing in this, and you just see, like, this is a perfect story, it just shows you how this translates and plays out in real life, in the real world, and where we are today, and all the society problems and all the things. And this is just what, is being pushed right now. And this is, people got to realize this is the biggest part of the agenda pretty much right here. Cause this is,
Mm-hmm.
relationships, such a big part of, you know, um, well, used to be a big part of life. Now it's, become kind of a thing of the past, but, uh, this is one of the ways this is, being driven. This is one of the ways they're driving it. There's a lot of ways that this is, a lot of reasons this stuff is happening. And, this is another perfect example right here with this movie, and of course it comes out, this year. And, uh, like you said, her name is, her name is BB or Brown, or whatever. So you have, these names people have that are given for these roles. And, this is something too, where it's like, you know, you've seen this with, everything is just, you know, just society, humanity, relationships have just taken such a, turn for the worst. And it's just like, um, it's, I think a lot of people don't see. I mean, it's just it's hard because, like, like I said, I like for, like, like King Richard too. Like, I said he's so much younger than us. He's younger than me. And then, like, like where I was, what I thought of life, back in, like, you know 20 years ago. He doesn't even remember that, or, remember what that was like. So it's like, they've normalized um the dysfunction of the world. Everything is so,
Mm-hmm.
they've normalized dysfunction. They've normalized, uh, you know, just this crazy, wild, society where it's just like, like we said, we ask ourselves, like, well, was it always this bad? 'Cause it's like, it seemed like it wasn't this bad. It seemed like there was harmony. It seemed like things weren't that bad. It seemed like there was things to look forward to. It seemed like things were decent. Um, they've just made, you know, life just so, on, like her name, lively. It's just, you don't see many lively people. You don't see much liveliness in the world. It's, and then you just see, like, these movies and just these everything. It's just how they've gotten things to be pushed on such a high level. That's why you have, the society you have today. You don't have uh, a good looking society for these reasons. There's no people that are, and like I said, I don't tell anybody how to live and what to do. And, you do you, and you do what's right for you, and you do what you want to do. But, then there are these obvious agendas, that I think we'll just have to see for what they really are and just call them out. Because I think if they're not, you know, met at the forefront, these things are, uh, something that kind of spreads like wildfire. It's just, and then it just becomes the trend. Now everyone's, whatever way they want to tear down society, people are just going to jump on board with it because it's just, the way they want to go with it. And I think that's something that I think a lot of people don't either see or don't want to call it out. But it's like, there's a lot of people that they'll say, oh, the world's gone to shit, and they'll call out things, but a lot of people, they don't realize that they are, their own enemy in a way. They are the problem. Like, you just see it with some people. They are, um, what they say. They're, maybe they don't want to be what they are. Maybe they don't think they are that, but they really are that. And that's, what you see with, most people. It's a lot of people, I think, are in a bad way because I think they've been so indoctrinated with the agenda that they've completely lost touch with themselves. Is what I see. A lot of people, they've kind of just uh, become the agenda, and they don't know. There might be parts and pieces inside where they may truly want to do something, or may want to be somebody, but the bottom line is, life is just going to pass these people by, and that's just going to be it. I mean, this way you see what, like, people, they're just all you know taped up away, with a face diaper and covering their face and stuff. Like, these people are, like I said, they're out of society. They're not part of the world no more. They're gone. They're walking around, but they're not even here. And that's just where it's at with a lot of these people. They don't even realize their own role, that they are actually part of the agenda. And I think once people realize that they are, you know, part of the agenda, maybe they don't realize that they don't want to be, but I think that's a lot of what I get from talking to a lot of people. It's like I can just see it in them. I just see it's like, oh well, here's what's wrong with this person, or here's what this person's doing wrong. It's so easy to spot and see today. It's because everyone's mentally ill. Everyone's got mental illness and anxiety, depression. It's off the charts.
No, you make great points, and yeah, I think that's a succinct way of kind of, you know putting, my initial take with that ridiculous stupid movie and whatever that is. But taking the narrative, the ongoing narrative, and boiling it down to the in layman's terms, if you will, for the common person, the trickle down, like you said, where it's affecting relationships. And that is truly the goal of the Jesuit order, is control in all aspects. And like you said, they're not even noticing that life is passing them by. Even the things that are in their control, they don't realize they've lost control. Like, I know that sounds it, things that are available for them to be in control of, they they they're seceding that. you know that's besides the fact that they've seceded all the other things, all the other forms of control, to government, different authorities, um, things of that nature. And before you know it, yeah, they're going to be a shell of a 50-year-old shell, and be practically useless. And I'm not trying to dehumanize anybody like that. This is reality, people. If a war hits tomorrow, let's call it a civil war or whatever, say our government bears down on us, or another government, what are the 55 to 60-year-olds going to do that still think face diapers are necessary? You think they're going to be like, you're going to want them next to you when you're alley to alleyway guerrilla warfare? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not saying all that age group is useless. I'm saying that age group with that mentality. So don't let yourself, it's a snap of a finger. You will go to bed at 30 and you will wake up 45 and say, "Oh shit, my joints are not going to like me trying to do what I need to do right now." So you decide, you know, you need to start planting those seeds as soon as possible, because these things take time to grow and within you. These things do not, nobody becomes a persevering soul overnight. You either have to have fostered it from a young age, or I mean, I think most talent comes from things being fostered at a young age. And
Yeah.
when you don't do that, you're already behind. You're instantly behind.
Yep.
Everything is harder. every single thing. So, you know, start today. Today is the day. You cut something out of your life that's negative, and we're talking about Hollywood right now. Make it something simple. You all know Netflix is evil. Unsubscribe right now. Just do it. Just do it. Who cares? There's not a show on that website or on that streaming platform that's worth the time that you could be bettering yourself, or you could be learning something real, not some fake docu-series that comes out the week of the tragedy. So yeah, I think you make a great point, and of the human element that, you know, is to be affected by these stupid stories. And but yeah, with that, I think I think I got a clip in there too. I got to write that down. 335 to 340. That's one thing I need to start doing. I'm not saying it out loud or anything like I just did, but knowing, by the way, we posted our first short in Austin's archives of
Yep.
our little highlight short section. I'm going to continue to work on it. It's my very first video I've ever put together, like in video format. I don't think it's the greatest. I'm down for any kind of help or critiques or whatever. If it helps me do better. I'm using very archaic free software, so go easy on me. It's not my Photoshop skills, because I don't own that. This isn't like, you know, the best video editing software capabilities, because I don't have that. But please do give it a watch. It would be our latest video before this one. Yeah. But yeah, expect more, and in the future. And yeah, with that being said, I had fun. We had our first guest today. Big milestone, big achievement. Not that I want to, you know, rest on my laurels. How'd you think today went? How'd you think tonight went?
Yeah, I think it was really nice. It's nice to have, you know, someone else on. It's nice to have, you know, King Richard on, someone that's, you know, obviously, you know, good at decoding, and, you know, it's nice to just have, you know, more people, you know, want to participate. That's kind of what I look forward to, you know, to seeing, you know, because that's, you know, huge to get more people, you know, together, you know, just kind of network the community together, you know, weave it together. Yeah, I think it, you know, it was great to have him on. Great, you know, great to hear from him, and, you know, and more people that, you know, like I always say, want to come on, you know, or have things to add. And, um, you know, obviously that's the goal. And, you know, like I said too, you know, if people do some, you know, ever want to do kind of meet up, I know, like, you know, me, Logan, and Zach, and um, the King aren't all too far from each other, but I know everyone else kind of spread out. You know, we're kind of all over the place, but, you know, that's just kind of what needs to happen. Just, you know, like what me and Logan did yesterday. You know, go hang out, go spend time together, go do things. Um, Something that's missing in society, you know, missing in the community. And I think that's the real sense of it there. You know, just being, you know, with someone, around someone. You know, going doing something, and, you know, being in person. You know, that's just kind of the way I am. You know, I'm kind of uh, old school, or an old soul, I guess you could say, but, you know, it's just, I think that's just kind of it. You know, I think tonight was, you know, we had a nice mix of things. You know, we had, you know, we talked about, you know, obviously the planes in a lot more ways than one. You know, you got all these, you know, all this commotion around all this fear, you know, all this, you know, and how everything's kind of coming to a head, like we told you it would be. And, you know, and I think we kind of broke it down a lot of ways tonight. You know, King Richard brought up a lot of great points. He had a lot of great things to add, and, um, you know, a lot of things that, you know, some things I was going to talk about, he kind of covered. So, you know, great job for, you know, King Richard, and great job for, you know, it's kind of the flow of the night. You know, we had a pretty good amount of stories, a lot of basically kind of newer stuff tonight, you know, stuff that was kind of more in the headlines, but that has to be expected. I mean, you know, the timing right now, things are picking up, and, you know, it's going to keep happening, and, you know, it's not going to slow down anytime. So, especially, you know, when the real year starts in April, I think things are really going to start looking vastly different around that time period, especially the summer time period, wherever we are a year from now. So,
Re-energized. But yeah,
and
I think tonight was very positive
yeah,
example for the community. I'm not trying to toot our own horn or anything like that. It's just I personally haven't seen it. I do look. I am subscribed to most channels that are doing things in the community, uh, and the collaboration I think is important. I think it's tonight just showing that two people hosting a show, or three people that don't speak to each other. This was, example of our first meeting and how easily we flowed together and vibe together, for lack of a better word. Um, I think it's also a good showing for you know the mindset of the community and also the leaders of the community, a la Zach. I think this will, never mind any pressure for anything moving forward. It's just, I think it's almost like a good little winter solstice gift for him to see, some members of his community that are willing to go out on their own and put what he draws up into practice and have their own personalities come together and get along and prove that they can get along without being told to. The last thing Zach wants is to potentially hire people and have to be a teacher to a bunch of preschoolers who don't get along with each other and be, the core tenet, I think, of any, if it ends up being an employee situation, is it should be a community situation. Maybe we get paid as well. Maybe. I don't care. I'd volunteer. But at the end of the day, I think it's important for us to prove that we can be a community. And once he's able to see that, he's owed something. It's like, he deserves to see something come to fruition. And
yeah.
I'm sure he'd prefer the storming of capitals nationwide. But, with that being said, I think this is a good step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think it was much needed. And, it's exactly like you said, this is what we need right now. Community people coming together and, and I think it's, great for, Zach to see us coming together and working together and, people, you know, just kind of more, uh, bullets overall for the project. It's because there's so many, this is what we need, is just the little things like yesterday, like that's great, us meeting up and then having Richard on a day, people see that and it's like, oh, see, maybe there is, it's all about the future right now. It's all about where things are going and what's coming right now. It's really where it's at, in my opinion. It's all about setting up for 2025.
Quarter century mark. Expect some more fireworks post their fake year's end. And yeah, well, with that being said, yeah, it's a good point to sign off. Had a blast. Looking forward to, next week, our first of the new calendar year, and looking forward to the year in general. But yeah, with that being said, happy new year, everybody, if you care about that crap. And yeah, peace.
Peace.